That's clicking with me.
Yeah,
At least it's clicking with you.
I want none of it,
It
thanks.
wasn't with me.
I don't want any of
it.
it.
A while for it to click with me.
I gotta switch you guys over. There we go.
Fucking hated that class.
No, Conan, you're not going outside. I'm turning the AC on. Fuck off. Get in here.
You've been outside enough.
Fuck off. Oh, Rage, you want to see something cool? Here, we'll swap to a different screen so you can see it. We're going over here. Way over here. I'm over in the back now. Do you see this fucking monster?
Oh, that is pretty. What the fuck even is that?
This is a Jackson 8-string that I have Ernie Ball heavy hitters on. So it's meant to play Doom music, specifically the Doom OST, because it's in 5 steps down.
Jesus.
And it has an Amaranth fretboard, and I spent an hour after I got it. Well, I spent an hour yesterday, a couple days after I originally got it, sitting down and putting the new strings on it, because the strings I had on it were not holding their tune, because they were lighter gauge. They were meant to like play in standard. So I had my heavy hitters, put them on. I did bridge adjustments, indentations, I did neck tension, I did tuning peg maintenance, and did a whole bunch of TLC. And now it sounds really fucking nasty. Would you like a demonstration?
No, I just want you to hold it up in front of my face.
I mean, I can do that too.
Just taunt him. Taunt him with it.
Where is it? All right. Got my EQ pedal, my noise killer. You should be able to hear it okay from here.
Not really.
Nope.
No. Here, I'm gonna have to plug it all the way in. Hang on. I gotta walk it. I gotta walk the dog. In the case of walking my cable. There's too many cables and too many rolly chairs. Stupid. There, I made it. I did it. Delicious. So you can do the stream audio now if everything is working correctly. So I'm gonna have to swap. Where's my other one?
I should turn on your stream audio. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it should be going
Drop
from
the
there.
tunings. Yeah, absolutely.
Here, I'm gonna fucking put my monitor settled real quick so I can fucking hear it. Oh god, sorry. Very much impromptu, so none of my shit is set up in the corners.
It happens.
So it's kind of difficult, especially without my extension on, to have the monitors going at the same time as having my headers on. Because nothing wants to stay in one goddamn place. But take my word for it that it sounds disgusting, and I love it so very much.
I heard it, and it basically sounded like you were playing fucking bass and regular guitar at the same time, and kind of cool.
It's definitely a weird thing to build into, because this guitar has one purpose only. Oh my fucking shit off. I gotta make sure I'm not on top of a cord. Put that over there. It's a little less versatile than my other two Sixers, like my Drop C Sixer and my Warlock. which has my drop A's on it, but it's beefy because I can play bass lines off of it. But it's a beefy bow, and I like him. Got work to do to get it to where I want it, but it sounds really good, so I'm happy. I'm good. I'm here for it. So let's get down to business. To not defeat the Huns.
The Huns.
I knew you were gonna say it. That's not what we're doing today.
Anyways, fuck.
So, where we found ourselves last time in the world of Etheria. Clem is narrating today. So, where you found yourselves last time was you had brought yourselves to Broken Earth. You had found yourself in accordance with trying to get the infantry from the Crucible, as well as the navy from the Albion, or this harbor city of Albion. And upon your arrival, Albion itself was closed off. The guards were pushing back against you in the sense of just not letting you in. Not really giving you an inch in the sense of what to do and where to do it. You try to tell them that you're here on official business. You were the heroes of Etheria. You have names, you have ideas, you have personalities. You guys have earned your stars and stripes at this point in time more than most can say. So you would expecting that they would simply open the damn door. But for some reason, the governance inside said that they did not want the doors open. They did not want the populace coming in, specifically those of the lower class, as they said, that would make its way inside and cause problems if it was to be expected. So you told them that you would go and check on the town of Broken Earth. You would go and take a look-see at what exactly is going on, as well as to possibly fixing the problem so that they could open the doors and you can get inside. So you can talk to the admirals and generals about getting those ships, about getting that manpower to take care of the problem you were currently facing, which is, of course, the Mad King on the western side. As you went down to Broken Earth, you started looking around as you saw a number of refugees that had started coming across the bridge. There was already a massive crowd around the gate who recognized you from you breaking the siege of that town a few months prior. And so they had already given you the space and recognition you deserve and pointed you towards the fields, is that something had arrived within the town and started causing chaos and ransacking the town. You could see smoke pillars in the distance. It was not a good time for anyone involved. Get over there. Thank you. So, with that in accordance, you went towards Broken Earth as you hero folks do, and you went to find out what the problem was. As you approached it, you found that some of the places were completely ransacked. You came across one person who was giving themselves away to blood loss. You took the time to kind of heal them, to push their insides back inside, to give them a fighting chance and get them out with a couple of other survivors that you came across. As you were scouting, they gave you a little bit of information. They told you the soldiers that came in to attack this city, to attack this town, were in black-clad armor that was smooth and shiny, like the skin of an insect, like a beetle. They had no eyes to speak of. They had almost mechanical-like movements, no remorse, simply striking anything down that they came across with utmost efficiency. You kept looking around, trying to find out what it was, looking and listening for survivors. Unfortunately, most of the people you did find were unfortunately way past their expiration, which left you with a sour pit in your stomach until the cry of a woman sounded across the plaza, where you saw one of these almost mechanical-like, almost just automaton-like creatures bring forth an axe to strike down what looked to be a mother holding her child. you immediately stepped into action. Finrod pushed himself and got well within close to stop and pull the mother and child away using his tendril tattoos as well as his speed. Kavral bringing up the rear, moving his heavy self with all of his armor up like a bulwark to take the brunt and, at last stance, push and or strike the foe. Rage, with his wings, flew down from the sky from his scouting position, landing upon the axe and pushing it away from the mother and child, giving Finrod the chance to pull them to safety. All three of you striking almost simultaneously as a familiar strike from a warhammer that was recently given to you, made of the Norn Queen's talon, seemed to strike a very specific blow into this creature, almost seeming to crack its armor, exposing this amalgamation of flesh underneath. The rest of you kept fighting and pushing back against it, its swings coming down with almost an unjudgmental force and efficiency, until Kavral took a second swing into the same spot, landing the flat side of the hammer into the amalgamation of flesh, causing it to almost burn as purple fire spread throughout the interior of the casing, up through the holes and seams that had formed at certain folds of the chitin, spraying out like a death flame until it fell down as a husk of itself. The danger was dealt with until you turned and you saw 5 more individuals standing in front of you. 3 more of those common soldiers that you have dealt with before, even at the beginning of your adventures when you were originally rescued by Fausta. They proved a challenge, but nothing above your caliber when together. And here, even more so, with age, experience, and weapons at your side, it became less of a challenge than normal. It was the individuals next to them that brought anxiety and a shred of doubt to your minds. Specifically, 2 larger individuals, one which stood a head taller than the other ones, but his armor was not as sleek, as combat focused. You could see that it had a lot of heraldry and sharp angles to it, almost like a cowl, or just more of a ceremonial plating. Sigils and such hanging from different points, chains dangling against the stone, it carrying a large staff that had a crystal stuck in the top of it. And once it stepped in and focused on you, you saw that the commons became stronger and faster, almost as if their focus was increased with it in its presence. Of course, behind him stood a very large creature, almost something you would call a juggernaut. You had fought one of these before, a sergeant, if you will, back in the age of Macragge when you had first started your rebellion. It took 6 of you to take it down. Where the other 3 are now is unbeknown to you, but the 6 of you together had to fight this singular individual to bring it down, and even then, it was mostly due to luck. And so now the 3 of you face another one of these creatures who seem to not have your attention at that point until you began striking down and keeping pace with the commons that were around the leader, so to speak. You began holding them in combat, pushing them back with your prowess, hitting them with rounds and cannons and fists and hammers. Rage focusing on the leader, Kavral gauging one of them and goading the third to come to him as he knew he could handle it. Finrod taking on one of them and just outpacing it at every step. That is until the leader slammed his staff down into the ground, and you were met with almost a holographic of image of Fausta, of Mangst, the Mad King, that seemed to step out of thin air next to it and thanked you. For what, you may ask? He thanks you for putting all those refugees, all those souls, into one spot. He thanked you for showing them the way, clearing the way even for them to go towards Albion, where that he could simply remove 2 thorns with a single stone. And as he said those words, he gave you a choice. Do you disengage and try to save who you can, much akin to what happened in Saints Welcome, or do you try to finish what you started, maybe stopping the magic in the process? As the image disappeared, you found yourself staring at the leader as his staff had slammed itself into the ground, him falling onto the crossbar that was built into it just below the crystal, pulling it down with his body weight as he fell to a single knee, pulling it down with a heavy click. The crystal beginning to rise out of its holding, the claw that held it close to the metal, releasing it as it floated above you, as you saw the telltale sign of the magic of a spear of ruin begin to form over Albion. The metaphorical magical nuclear weapon began to form, the light circling the sky at fast pace, finally forming into a singular spear point that held itself, at this time, being small and not ready and prepared to strike, but seeming to grow with every passing moment. As you find yourself staring down the leader, and at this point, the larger trooper behind it had turned, brandishing its house-sized hammer, and stepping forward to brandish it in defense of the commander between him and you. And that's where we find ourselves currently, is that you believe yourself to be on a timer to what is unknown, besides that the spear will fall eventually. You have to find a way to stop it. So, let us begin. Where we were before was the leader's turn. He passed as he did his action, bringing us to Kavral, who leads us off this session.
Well, gonna try to finish the one off I'm fighting then, I guess. Or, well, deal more damage to it at least.
One or the other. You know, you'll do something. You're gonna crump somebody.
Yeah. All right. So what's up? Plus 9.
Crack my back. Got my sippies.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay. How many spell slots do I have? I have 20 left. Excellent. I am going to cast Thunderous Smite at yeah, just a level 1 for now.
Very good.
And then yeah, that is a dirty 20 to hit.
That is a hit on common number dose.
Nice. That is 1d8 because I'm one-handing it, so I need to roll that digitally.
Oh no, not digitally.
Yeah, because I still don't know where my fucking d8 went.
Where's the D8? Show
Do it
yourself.
the yellow barrel side. It rolls better.
Oh yeah, it's true. I should do owlbear. Oh, too late for this one. But that's 7 damage for the base attack, and then roll my d6 for the freaking smite. Ooh, 5 for the first d6, and 5 again. Hell yeah, 10 damage for the smite.
Nice. Very good. All right. Thunder Smite does have anything else behind it, such as a check against the nerd?
I believe it has to succeed on a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away from me and knocked prone.
Very
and
good.
It's a strength 13 save.
13. All right. No, I was cocked. I'm not going to take that one. All right. He gets pushed. You said 10? 10 away and prone?
Yes.
Very good. All right. Yeah. And then, where is my prone? Yeah. All right. Anything else, Mr. Covrol?
I can attack again.
You can also move. You haven't used your movement.
Oh, yes, true.
You have your bonus. No, you used your bonus for your smite. So you got your
Yes.
movement and your second attack.
So I will. Oh, I do have enough movement. I guess I'll run up and give him a smack.
You're going to give him a smacking. Roll the smack.
Hey. That is a oh my gosh, brain 21 to hit.
Yes, it's a hit.
Okay. This time I'll roll on Owlbear's side.
I'll roll the owlbear. Kermit the Frog here, being your dungeon master. Roll for initiative.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Max damage. There you go. Nice. You're attacking with the Norn Queen's Talon, yes?
Yes, so that's
Very
total 13 damage.
Very good. All right, he's got to roll. All right. He maintains his concentration.
You lucky son of a bitch!
And he takes his constitution save, so he doesn't get cracked by the hammer. He takes the damage, but his armor doesn't crack and he doesn't break concentration. Very good.
I'll get you next time, Gadget!
All right, going to Common 3. Common 3 sees you messing with things and will approach you menacingly. He is going to roll to punch you. He gets a 26 to hit on the first and a 26 on the second.
Yeah.
So he's going to get you twice with this here battle axe of his. He's going to roll 2d12s. Wow. Wonderful. He got min damage and mid damage. Great. Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh. So he got those. So that would be 8, 11, 19 in total.
19 in total, you said?
19 in total.
Okay. 19 damage added. There we go.
That's him. So the one in front of Finrod now goes.
Hey, just real quick. Haven't we been doing an attack of ops since he walked into him while he was in combat with someone else? Or no? Or has that just been the enemies hitting us?
He's also flanking Kavral. I mean, we can give Kavral an attack of ops, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. He's approaching you menacingly.
I'm just trying to remember it.
He's approaching you menacingly. Swing. Quick. For your life. Attack.
Backhand. That's a 26 to hit.
That's it. Roll damage.
Holy shit.
He backhanded him real good. Shit.
Damn.
You came up on me like, huh?
Huh?
Total of 9 damage.
And you crack his armor. So he takes 9 damage and his armor is cracked. I wish I had a fucking thing for that. We'll just say he's hunter's marked, just so I remember.
that works.
All right.
He came up and I was like, what?
You backhanded him. He got you with this great axe, and then everything was shipshape. And then common one's gonna swing at the Finrod. First swing is a dirty 20. Second swing is a 26.
Yeah, give me that damage.
That's
Sounded a little
18,
too excited for that.
29. 29 total.
29 total. Okay.
And
I'm just like,
that's
I
all the
just
con-
looked. I have a 15. I'm just
You're
like,
just like,
yeah,
ooh.
fuck you.
Ew. All right, that brings us to Rage, as that's common 1. So then it's Rage, then the Heavy.
Okay, I can fly in here, yeah.
Yeah. But you're
Okay.
you're out in the
Cool.
open. You're like in like the middle of buildings in like a area. Yes, you can fly.
I'm gonna fly here.
Good.
And then I don't remember from last session, but I have spell slot 3 taken, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume that's Hail of Thorns.
Yes, it was.
Okay, so still have my Hail of Thorns. So we're gonna, with the Terror's Reign, nail the leader, Horde Breaker into common 3, second shot in the leader again.
All right, roll the hit. Do just one at a time. So start the leader, then your Horde Breaker, and then the leader again.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna use my real dice too, so bear with me.
All right.
Since everyone else is, I figured I might as well.
Fair enough.
The 15 to hit on the first one.
That is a miss.
Of course it is. I can't roll on this. I'm using my mouse pad. This is stupid.
This is dumb.
Wow.
19 to hit on common 3.
That is a hit on the common.
Kills. 68. Oh my god.
Uh-oh. Spagootos.
That's when it gets complicated.
Mm-hmm.
If you only have one dice set.
Uh-oh! I gotta roll it 6 times!
I'm just happy my attack's a 2d6 and I have 2 dice sets.
29?
29 in total?
No, that's with the hit, not the Hail of Thorns.
Okay, so 29 on the hit. Okay, yeah. All right, I got that in my brain.
$27 for Hail of Thorns. That was almost max damage.
So what's that, 56 in total?
27, 28.
Yeah. 27 was 29 to 56. Yeah. That's a lot of damage. Fuck, he took... Yeah, no, he is in cap. He's not dead, he's in cap. So he like takes a knee. He looks super fucked up.
He's coming in hard tonight.
Menacingly? He's taking the knee menacingly?
Yes, taking the knee menacingly. We'll say he's... I don't know. There it is. I have in cap there. I always put that next to him.
Okay, and then second shot on the leader.
Yep.
Dirty 20 to hit.
That is a hit.
Yay, 6 more D8. Love this. Why did I choose to do this?
Oh, this is great.
All right. So, because your Hail of Thorns also hit him previously, I'm rolling for his concentration. And do I have any other... I need more, like, tokens for marking shit. Just, like, random ones. Here, I'm going to use his eyeball. Just so I can keep track.
I like it.
Nah.
$35 on the initial hit.
35 initial damage. Okay. That's right. 27. 62 so far. All right.
14 for Hail of Thorns.
So that would be 76 in total. He is not looking great. The Hail of Thorns from the first one definitely started to. You heard it clank against his armor, kind of plinging off in different directions, but some of it getting in between the plates. You see this it's a very dark purple ichor start to seep out from in between his plate mail. And then that second shot you put into it just hit him right in the rib cage, right where the softer plates are. And you saw it penetrate the flesh borer beetle from the Terror's Reign, just digging in and going to town. Just spurts of ichor firing out its sides, the hail of thorns that are spraying from the ground in all directions, hitting both him and the common, just filling both of them with these just purple stains as they continue to bleed. And you see him start to falter to his side as he's still holding on to the crossbar of his staff. And you see him try to pull himself back up as his eyes kind of dim for a second and then come back to brightness as he's just focusing intently on this staff. So you did a lot of damage. The leader's definitely not looking super great. And the common is essentially incapacitated. He's down, not out, but it is bleeding profusely. All right. Which now
That's all I got anyway, so.
That brings us to the heavy. The heavy who sees his leader under attack approaches the swiftly. Put him. Yeah. Why don't you fit the squares? Angry.
Because he likes being difficult.
Apparently, he doesn't want to sit in the squares.
Yeah.
What the? Sit in the squares.
Steve,
There, Jesus.
I was gonna say you might have to undo the ruler part.
Yeah, just not use the ruler because Jesus, Mary. He approaches menacingly. Kafrel, this individual, though you are a dwarf, this thing looks even larger than if you were regular, average height for the beings that exist in this plane. This creature is massive and just as plated as you are. It would make a paladin blush with how much armor is on his body as he just stands over you, kind of just heavily breathing with this huge great maul he has in his hands. And he's just eyeballing you as he approaches, the ground kind of shaking as he makes his steps. And then he just brings the maul over his head and goes to swing at you. The first swing you deflect. You step to the side just enough as it comes down and glances against your shield, giving yourself just enough breathing room as you think that he may have underestimated your size. But his second one lands faster than you thought. As it hit the ground, he pulled it laterally across and hits you in the ribs underneath your shield with a critical strike.
Hey.
So, we're going to roll dabblage.
Is that also another attack of op?
He already
No, you
used
only
his
get one.
reaction to get one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You get one per round.
Did not
So-
realize that's how that worked.
Yeah. So you wind up taking 48. Not 4d8, 4-8. 48 bludgeoning from
Oh.
the Great Maul. And I'm going to need you to give me a strength save, please.
Okay. That is a 21.
So you are struck by the maul, but you are not knocked to your knees. You find yourself, after feeling the blow, knock the wind out of you. You find yourself still standing on your own 2 feet, your center of gravity keeping you anchored. As you just feel almost a sneer coming from this monster in front of you. After his strike, you hear him let out this bellowing roar that just echoes throughout the field you guys are fighting in. I'm going to need the 3 of you to give me wisdom saves, please.
Wisdom save.
That's a D20 plus.
If you're proficient in your wisdom save, you get your proficiency. Otherwise, it's your wisdom mod plus a D20.
Oh, it actually shows it on our thing. Like, if we get like +2 or whatever in those saving throws.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So use that +2 then.
If you don't have proficiency in your wisdom save, you get just what your bonus is. So if it's a +2, you get just your +2.
Okay. I don't know if I'm proficient in it.
It should
I got
say
14.
in your saving throws, top left of your sheet. So you see how your strength has a little dot next to it?
Yeah.
That means you're proficient in that saving throw.
Oh, okay.
And it's already added into
The bonus. So its strength and dex
Yeah.
are your 2 proficient ones, so it'd just be your +2 for your wisdom.
Got it. Okay.
I rolled
18?
an 11.
Alright, so 18 from Rage, 11 from Kavral,
and 14.
14.
I have
Alright,
a plus
just to
6
make
to my
sure.
wisdom save. I just rolled really bad.
Ooh.
Just to make sure, I rolled a 16, so that +2 is 18, right?
Yes.
That's how that works?
Yeah.
That is how that works. So, Rage, you seem to be able to ignore this bellow. You don't seem to be drawn into it. Unfortunately, you see your compatriots, both of their attentions pull solely to this monster. As Finrod, you feel the need to move, where you move 5 feet towards the heavy at this point in time. You feel almost drawn towards the fighting him. Kavral, you're as close as you can get, so you do not move.
All right.
Basically, next turn, or my next turn, I have to attack him.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Basically, you two are now drawn into his focus. You can give me another wisdom save on your turns next round to see if you can break your focus. Otherwise, you will be forced to attack him directly.
And it's not going to take. Will it take an action if I do that?
It will take your bonus action, not your full action.
It'll take my bonus action.
All right, and so that is the heavy's turn. And Rage, even though you are not drawn to attacking him specifically, you do feel that trying to fight anything around him is going to be significantly more difficult, just due to its size and bulk. All right, and that brings us to the start of the initiative, which was with Common 2, who's currently prone. He is going to attempt to get himself up. Let's see if he does it, shall we? He does. He stands on his feeties.
No, but he's falling, and he can get up.
He can get up. So he moves closer to Finrod, which Finrod, you can take your attack of op against him if you so wish.
Yes, I will use my reaction for that.
Alrighty. Roll to hit, please.
17.
17 does not hit the common.
That was 18. Yeah, 17. Yeah, math was right.
All right. So you do not hit the common, but he approaches you menacingly.
Oh no.
Menacingly.
So 27 and a 23.
Yep.
All right. So then they're going to do some dabblage. It looks like 29 in total.
Ooh.
Right, and then that is common 2, which brings us to Finrod.
Hmm. The debate. So I have to go at him anyways. Do I want to do my bonus action to roll? No, I'm getting the ruler out.
The ruler.
Just gonna do.
Uh-oh, folks. He has the ruler out. What's he planning?
No, that goes past my movement speed, right? All right. I'm gonna use my bonus action to do Step of the Wind, which means I disengage. So I won't take an attack of op
Yes.
leaving.
Yes, that is correct. Also, hi, Seth. Thanks for the metal pipe to the head.
I saw.
So I'm gonna go here. Or actually, if I go here, I'm flanking, right?
Yes. Because technically he is looking at Kavral. So I will say yes, you are flanking from that position.
All right. So then that means I have advantage on my attack.
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to go and start punching.
Gonna do some punches. Begin the punching.
And actually, well, I'm gonna burn another charge for before the punch actually happens. For what was it? I believe I want excessive force, because then I can hit the enemy within 5 feet for thunder damage.
Yes.
Fifteen, 6, 21.
21 to hit is a hit.
Ah.
7 to. So that's 9 plus. It's 2d6 for excessive, right? Yes.
What an idiot.
9 plus 9, that's 18. And then half of that 9 goes to the other.
The other. All right. So
For
you
my
do
first attack.
18 and then 9 into the other guy. All right. Let me see if he does his concentration while you do your attack roll.
It should only be 4 to him.
Only 4 to him. Okay.
It's only half of the 9.
Okay.
Because it says half of the thunder damage goes over.
Oh, got it.
And I realize I've been messing up on my 20-foot runs. I'm supposed to add an extra 2 damage on my damage attack, too.
How dare you?
I've been shorting myself 2 damage all this time.
Dare you? You
That's okay. I just
nerd.
ordered myself 10. So the terror was rain hits. I was just doing the 68. I didn't add the +5 to both of them.
You,
Oh,
you
my second
goober.
Bear
attack
with me.
misses.
This is my first time ever rolling like real dice of this shit. So
Yeah, that's fair.
bear with me.
That's fair. You goobers.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Like, I get the bonus for the 20 feet, and that doesn't auto go into D&D Beyond, so I'm
Yeah.
supposed to be manually doing that the whole time.
You gotta be using your brain bits on it.
I was at least giving myself the bonus to hit, just
Yeah,
not the bonus
there.
damage.
Just not the bonus where it counts. You know?
Well, dude, some of those times I wouldn't have even hit if it wasn't for that bonus,
Uh-huh.
so... my second attack misses, though.
Oh, no.
And I gotta burn my key.
Oh, no, not your key.
Actually, real quick, because I was running the other one, my assault battery, do those overlap or no?
No, it's you pick one or the other.
One or the other. Okay.
Yeah.
I just gotta ask.
Yeah, I mean,
I've
it's just
never actually done this before, so this is the first time I did it.
yeah, it's like think activating modes like on an attack weapon.
Yeah.
It's very much
it
the
makes
same
sense.
kin of like I'm gonna go from one-handed to two-handed, or go from blunt side to sharp side. Like with the for example, the Warhammer Coverall uses, if he felt the need, he could do piercing damage because it has the spike on the back end of it, or he can do bludgeoning. But like, he can't do both because it's two different sides of the weapon.
Yep.
But yeah.
It never hurts to ask. It's the only reason why I did.
Activate everything at once, go into full overdrive.
That's how you break the gauntlets, boys.
I mean, listen,
Limit break.
that might be an option, but you probably only get to do it once.
Once.
You get to do it once, so I'd put it in your back pocket. Little do the players know that all items have an overdrive function. What happens, they don't know, but it can only happen once.
Oh, fuck. What does that spell do again?
I don't know. What spell are you talking about, nerd?
I forgot, like, what shield is, so I'm just looking it up.
Oh, shield is you make a magical shield around you, can deflect auto-seeking projectiles like magic missile. I think it gives you a +2 to your AC.
That was... I couldn't remember what the AC plus was. So thank you, sir.
It in mage armor and bark skin, I think I'll give the same bonus, just different things. Different ulterior bonuses.
I forgot that was actually one of the things I can use a charge for on the gauntlets.
Yeah, you make yourself.
I was just double looking at it.
All right, so that brings us to the dear leader. That you guys can see at the top of the board, there's a bunch of crystals and eyeballs. What they mean is unknown to you, but you can see that one of the crystals has disappeared, which isn't good news. I'll say that. So, we're going to the leader. All he can really do right now is roll to continue doing his thing, which he doesn't advance it, and he doesn't lose anything. So the charges stay where they are currently. And then he gives out, with one of his spells, a resounding call of valor. Essentially, he is going to do a beacon of valor, giving all of the allies within 60 feet advantage on their attacks for the next round, as he wishes them to protect him. So that is the two things he does. Does not gain or lose charges, but does put out a beacon of valor, as he is doing a big concentrate. Which then brings us to Kavral. Kavral, you were drawn to the heavy.
no, that's also a... What? Thought I had... Oh, I do. Does my action have to be attacking him, or it just can't be attacking somebody else?
It can't be attacking someone else.
Okay,
Basically, you are drawing. He's aggroing you. He's pulling a tank maneuver.
Yeah. Then I will cast Beacon of Hope for my action, and then I'm going to drink my potion of greater healing.
Roll for mimic.
For my potion of greater healing?
No. It was more, I was trying to see if I'd put you into a state of fear. Of, what? What do you mean? Because there are health potion mimics. There's not in my game, because I think that's cruel and unusual.
Yeah, fuck whoever thought of that idea.
There are some sadists out there, man. Like, let me tell you. They're terrifying. So yeah, to roll for your potion of healing.
The beacon gives me full healing on all healing effects, so it'll just heal me fully.
Very good. Any other effects for your party members?
It. Let me just double check. We also get advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws,
Very
as
nice.
well as regaining the maximum amount of hit points from any healing.
Very good.
Ooh.
Yes, for the next 1 minute concentration.
Very good.
So next 10 rounds.
Possibly.
Possible. Whichever comes first.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Cavral, anything else in your pocket?
Well, that was my bonus action and my action, so...
All right. Common 3 is still incapacitated. Looking not too great. Let's see. Roll the dice. All right. Roll the dice. Roll the dice. Wow. All right. Never mind. He just bleeds out like a chump because he just rolled 3 7s for his death saves.
Oh.
So he just crumps out. An anticlimactic ending to a common I was hoping to get back up and do things. But here we are. Disappointment Avenue. Population, your dungeon master.
He thought about standing up and went, "Nah, Moose take nap now."
I'm good, thanks. And it's like, well, I guess I can't argue with that. So that brings us to Cavral, common 3, common 1. Common 1 will approach the Finnavrod. Finrod, you've already burned your attack of op. So he's going to try and do a punch on he super fucks up. Where is my book of many things? The book of many things. Where is it? Magic and miscellany. More magic. Alright, enough with the magic. Where's the rest of my tables? That's one-shot adventures. Nobody wants. Oh, no. This book is too large. Too much in the book. It's a good book, but my God, there's so much in that book. Where's my smaller book? Ah, yes. This is the book I want. He fucked up. Where's my percentile? Got an 8. Ah, he gives himself half damage. Great. Wonderful. He deals 6 damage to himself out of stupidity.
Wah, 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 wah.
And he misses with his second attack against the fin of rod. Alright, that brings us to Mr. Rage.
I just want to say I got lucky there with an AC of 15.
Holding your breath the entire time, like,
I really was.
I was that's what my like let out breath was. I was literally holding it. I was like, am I gonna have to go over there and heal him real quick? Like, what the fuck? So 3 is dead, 2 and 1 is still up, heavy, and then leader, yeah?
Yep, that is correct.
And the heavy is tall enough to where I can hit him over everybody, right?
Yes, he is a large creature.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about that.
Yes.
All right, so we're just gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna do into the leader, Breaker, and a heavy, again the leader.
Very good.
And try to remember my +5 this time.
Important.
So first one is a nat 20, so 31. I have to roll 12 d8.
Yeah.
You can just roll your 6 and then double it if that makes your life easier.
It would absolutely make my life easier.
Well, then do that. You don't have to roll 12d. Ugh.
Yeah, no thanks.
Dude.
$64 plus 10, so 74. Initial hit.
Hold on. That was a lot of numbers.
It was 32. So
Yep.
double was 64.
Yep.
And then +5, which is double 2,
69.
so plus 10.
No, do you
So 32
32?
doubled
Do you
is 64.
32 plus 5? So 37 times
32
2.
plus 5 would be 37,
So 74.
which is what I said.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm making sure that I'm on the page and you're on the page.
Yeah, we're on the
Hail of
page.
Thorns.
Yeah. Does I get double 2?
It does not, because it is not an attack. It is a spell.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that spells can't get critical. It's just because yours is a passive, it does not get critical.
Right, all right. $17.
All right, 17 is 74, 90, 91. Yeah,
1.
91 damage.
Yeah. He also gets the 17, right? That's what
Yes.
I said for Thorns, 17. Yeah. Cool. That was round 1.
Mm-hmm.
Is this fucker dead yet?
So I gotta have him roll at disadvantage because of the amount of damage he took real quick. All right. So I need one of these. He's definitely not looking great. I'm gonna see if he still stands. You can see that the round rips through him again. You found that soft spot in his armor like you found previously. And you just decide to twist the knife, metaphorically. You fire into the same spot. You hear the same cracking of plates as that beetle goes directly into its flesh, spraying ichor in all directions. You can see that his body starts to bend. You can see his grip starts to lack. But for somehow he has one hand still on the crossbar, holding on for whatever power he has left, trying to keep himself standing. You can see that he is on his last legs. If you fucking spit on him, he'd probably fall over.
Cool. So second shot being Hordebreaker is going into heavy, and then my actual second from my action is going back into leader.
Yep. So
Okay.
roll the shots.
Second shot. 26. 15 plus 11. Yeah, 26.
Yep, that is a hit.
Yay!
Do you want to roll for your third shot before you start doing damage?
Yeah, we can do that. 22.
That is a hit. Who do you want
Cool.
to resolve damage on first?
Let's do the heavy.
Okay.
Well, no, because you said that the leader's almost dead, so I want the Hail of Thorns to hit the heavy too, so we'll do with the leader first.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yep. I mean, that's fair.
Okay. So, D8. This is the worst part, is I gotta figure out which die is which.
You're like learning which dice are what, and you're like, wait a second.
Dude.
Who's
They
who?
all look the same. I literally have to look to see the numbers. Oh.
It gets easier.
The double pyramid is the 8.
The rhombus. The rhombial prism.
No, me just saying double pyramid is like how I remembered it so much quicker.
I mean, that's fair.
21.
You said 21?
21
Yeah, it's good damage. What's your Hail of Thorns?
for the initial hit.
Yep.
Hail of Thorns, D10. I gotta find that one.
That one looks like a squashed, looks like a little discus.
I found it.
Yeah.
I found it.
You're learning. You're doing it. You're becoming a pro.
8 for the Hail of Thorns on that one.
All right, so it's
So-
29 in total.
29 in total for the leader, and then 8 into the heavy.
So, with that second shot, or third shot, I guess, technically, you let it loose, aiming for the leader. You're hoping to finish him off. You have him pulled into the same aggro you see your compatriots pulled into. You can see that it is trying to finish conjuring whatever vile magic is emanating from its staff that seems to be controlling the magical ordnance that hovers over Albion like a guillotine. Being the only one outside of the range of influence, you fire to your heart's content. You breathe, you squeeze, and you release. As the shot rings out, you feel your magazine empty. As you feel the rifle become lighter. As the shots that it grows seem to be expelled, but not before being released towards your target. The round hits the leader. This time it seems to hit him at an angle where it enters through the ribs and up towards where its head would be. The same armor cracking noise followed by squelching follows. You almost hear a muffled scream from the leader as you hit something important. Its hands let go of the crossbar as its body goes limp and it falls to the ground in a solid thud. The crossbar starting to return upwards towards its resting position. The crystal slowly falling back into its metal cradle. The fingers of the claws grasping it once more and forcing it back into its holster. The light leaves the eyes of the leader, as well as the staff. As Rage, you look over towards Albion, where you had been helping push refugees, and you see that the spear of light that has begun to form overhead disappears as quickly as it appeared, leaving the town no longer under threat from the ruinous powers you found yourself fighting. The glow of the eyes of the commons seems to dwindle as well. They seem jittery, less concerted. They don't seem to be as efficient as they were with the leader present. Even the heavy seems to be clunkier. He seems to have lost focus. As you all now face down the rest of these husks of soldiers. All right, so go ahead and roll damage on the heavy from your hit on him.
Mm-hmm. $29 plus
Right.
5.
So 34.
So
and
34.
plus your Hail of Thorns.
Yeah. $18.
All right, that is a nice chunk of damage into the heavy, and the Hail of Thorns damage that you've just been pumping into him removes the other common from the field that was hunting Finrod. So both of them get removed from initiative, which brings us to the heavy himself.
I think that was the last round of my terror's reign.
It is. Ammunition well spent.
Hopefully.
I mean, it did work. That's what counted.
So I guess I got a question. I think I've asked this before, but I want to ask it again because I don't remember the answer. So my bow does the fire damage thing, right?
Yes.
If I use a fire arrow, does it stack?
No. It is just a
Okay.
fire arrow that is fancier. It will use the damage the bow gives it if it has a different damage. So, like, if you have a lesser fire arrow that is like a D4, firing through your bow will do the damage that the bow gives it. But it does not stack in the sense it will do double damage.
Okay. Yeah, it's just they're both 1d6, but the bow is for every turn the creature takes. So.
Yeah. The bow just makes it so you have essentially sticky fire, but there are fires you can get that are lower quality. These would allow it to fire at a higher quality because it's magic.
Got it. Okay.
And if you did
I
fire
use those fire arrows now then.
yeah, and then if you did fire a higher potent arrow through it, like, I don't know, it's like a napalm arrow that does like a D8, it would still do its D8. Basically, it would do the highest damage of whatever effect is in play.
Okay.
It would just gain the passive of the bow.
I was gonna say, would it then do the 1d6 for every turn creature takes if it does the damage of the napalm arrow instead of the bow?
Yeah. So
Okay.
it basically will take the higher damage of whatever damage is going through it. So if you use standard arrows or lower quality arrows, it will do D4 per turn.
Oh, so affected the bow, but just take the higher damage.
Exactly. So if you have lower quality that does D4 on impact and does D4 every turn, with the bow it does D6. But if you get mastercrafted arrows or napalm arrows or something that is higher quality does more damage, it will do that damage with the bow's passives.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yes. So The heavy, seeing its leader fall, is very unhappy with the situation. The hold it seemed to have on Finrod and Kavral seems to falter, as both of you seem no longer drawn to specifically attack it. It seems that you now have more autonomy in who you go and put your combat focus into. But that doesn't make it any less dangerous, as you hear a roar of anguish. Anguish? Anguish. Anguish. Jesus Christ. Anguish come out from the seams of its armor plating as it just lets out this bellowing roar that envelops the field as it begins to rage. Where is my rage thing? It's like a weird color one or something. I can't remember which one it is. Yeah, it's this one. Why is it this one? I don't know. But it's that one. So, it goes into a rage and will now attack a random enemy within its sight radius.
Whoa. That thing does not go inside of me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh my.
Oh my.
I'm sorry, I've been watching way too much fucking Hell of a Boss lately.
Yeah, apparently. I'm sorry,
Hey,
Blitz. I didn't realize you were here.
Oh, look. Great fucking show. Don't hate me on it.
God damn. Alright. So, Fender and Kavral, which one of you is going to be odds? Which one's going to be evens?
I would call myself an oddball.
All right.
I'm glad you said it because I was thinking it.
And it's odds. Hooray.
And I'm fucked.
First swing, a 22. Second one is a dirty 20.
It was nice knowing all of you.
First dablage, 28. Second
Puts me into
dablage,
saving throws.
27.
I have no life.
I will say that you
I
auto
had
fail the
22.
strength check. You get knocked back 10 feet, and you are in cap and in saving throws. You do have advantage on them because of the beacon of hope from Kavral, because you're still within range.
No, I was like, at least it's me that got hit because of that, and he, because he had that down. I was like, I really hope it's me.
So you guys see the heavy just turn on Finrod. Why it chose him, you're not entirely sure, as it almost seemed to just golf swing him with its great maul, knocking him back 10 feet from it and incapacitating him in the process. And he is then going to... Well, I can't use that because it makes him all goofy. He is going to try and charge at the flying bird thing, which is going to give an attack of op to Kavral. If you would like to do a swing swonk.
Yeah. That is a 24 to hit.
That is a hit.
Yeah. Max damage. So the oh my god, 13 damage.
Very nice. You do 13 damage to him. His armor does not crack from the blow of your hammer. All right. So then he charges the bird. Scary. That brings us to top of the order, which is Common 2. Common 2 is going to approach Kavral menacingly. But he seems less efficient and less good at doing the swings. which he gets a not hit and a 20, which I think your AC is 24.
Yes.
Yeah. So he does not do good with his swanks as he approaches you menacingly. Bringing us to Finrod, which Finrod, you have your death saving throws. Roll with advantage to yourself, and then tell me your numbers. Well, do your first one. You don't have to do all three.
Wow.
Wow.
The fact that I rolled the same.
Oof. That can be either really good or really bad. Wow. Right on the money, huh?
Yeah, right on the money.
Huh. Weird. Right, so you guys see Finrod, he's not looking too good. He's looking a little paler than normal. It definitely looks like a bruised peach got slammed by a sledgehammer. So there's definitely fluids coming out of him that are supposed to be inside. So maybe it's with the quickness. Which brings us to Kuvral.
I'm going to try to use my bonus action to shield master shove the guy who came up on me.
All right. Is it opposing athletics? Is it strength save?
1 second. Where is it? I know I have. What the fuck is it? Oh, there it is.
It's up your butt.
Bonus action to. Okay. It does not tell me. It just says if you take the attack. Oh no! If I take the attack action on my turn, I can use the bonus action to. Oh, okay. So I can't even do it without attacking. Ah.
It's part of your battle master stuff, so it clears the way so you can hit something else. I'll let you do it without attacking because it's your offhand. Because it makes more fucking sense to use as a utility, not an attack option.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but I guess yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, let me push you back first, so I have to like run up on you again to hit you. Like, yeah, that makes no sense.
It doesn't say anything about what the DC is, so I guess it would just be opposing strength checks or something.
At the end of the
just
day, it is
says-
usually opposing athletics. Let
Opposing
me
athletics?
double
Okay.
check rather quickly. Because that's kind of annoying. It doesn't say the thing.
Yeah,
Of course
I
not.
don't.
That'd be
it
too
literally-
easy.
Too
It literally
easy.
just says you can use a bonus action to try to shove a creature within 5 feet of you with your shield. Oh boy! More information would be nice.
Yeah, it doesn't even say anything in the... what the fuck? Manual. It's a skill contest. So it is athletics. It's opposing athletics. So just so everyone here is aware, and that means you viewers, using it because a skill contest, choose either acrobatics or athletics, which in this case would be your athletics. If you succeed in the contest, you either knock it prone or push it 5 feet away from you.
Okay.
So, in that sense, roll your athletics to shove.
All right. That is. Yeah, no, I only get advantage to avoid being grappled. So, +7, that is a 21 in total.
Yeah, you beat his 10. So
Oh,
so we'll say you shove him back 5, and you knock him on his ass. All right. What you do now?
I'm rushing over here and I'm doing lay on hands.
Very good.
Or cure wounds, rather. I don't have any lay on hands left. No, I do have 5 points of lay on hands left, but still cure wounds.
And because you're still underneath the effect of your beacon of hope, it does full healies.
Yes, and I am going to be casting this as my last 3rd level slot, so it is at 3rd level, so that is 3d8 you heal in total. Plus my spellcasting ability modifier, which is only +1.
So 25 in total.
So
Yeah.
25.
Yep. So you will be up out of dying and have 25 hit points.
Yep. Hooey!
Hooey! All right. Kavral, is that everything in your pockets?
Yes, indeed.
Very good. Mr. Rage, you see Kavral rush to Finrod's aid after shoving back the common that was in front of him. As you see the heavy is approaching you with ferocity in its eyes. What do?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna get the fuck away. Gonna fly to 60 feet over here.
All right.
I can't do any more Q on you. I don't have enough to get over there. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
And then I guess I'm gonna shoot him with the Foxy.
All righty.
I forgot
Roll the
what
hit.
named it. Nat 20.
Square. It's good.
Squared.
Because I know your bonus is more than a 1, so that's a hit. So
Yeah, it'd be a 31.
yeah, solid.
So 16 damage on that, plus the 1d6 fire. 5 on that, and then the 3d10 for your. That fell off the table.
The bane of any dice roller's existence.
20 for the hell of ours.
Nice. So
Nice.
some solid damage. So the heavy takes a nice incendiary arrow hit and is now on fire, as well as filled with more holes. He's definitely seems to be still tanking it, but he's definitely looks like he's wounded.
Does that stack the 1d6 every turn? So if I hit him again, is it then 2d6 every turn?
I think most DMs would say no, but I would say yes, because you are adding essentially like more fuel to the fire, and it's not a timed stack. Like it's not a damage over time. It's a constant while they're on fire. They have to take an action to put it out, or they have to take a bonus action to put it out. So I would say it would stack because in a PC or an NPC, because you put out the fire with like water, magical water, an action, like they can just basically try to snuff it out. So I would say that it would stack, sure.
Okay.
If it was a time when like, you're gonna take 2d6 for 3 turns, then I'd be like, it would just refresh the stack. So it would just refresh the timer. But because this is more of building.
This isn't a timed one. But at the same time, like, this is already on fire. Could it be more on fire? So I wasn't sure. That's why I had to ask.
Oh, it can be 100% more on fire. Everything can always be on fire and more on fire. Like, it's...
Fair enough.
Let it burn more.
Mm-hmm.
Usher be damned.
All right, so you're going to attack again, Mr. Rage?
I forgot I had two. Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
I forgot I had 2 shots. Silly me.
Oh. Be a 30. I got a
A
19.
30 to hit. That is a hit, my guy. I would say that's a pretty solid hit, actually.
So 11 on the arrow plus the 6 fire damage.
11 plus the arrow, 6 on the fire damage. All right. Yeah, so that's another 17.
Oh, that was 1d6. Sorry, I gotta roll it. My bad. I'm an
Oh,
idiot.
you
5.
son of a
5 in the fire
bitch.
damage. Dude, I told you. Bear with me. It's a 5. You only have to subtract 1 from that.
It's fine. It's whatever. He's on fire. He took more damage. It's fine.
And then Hill of Thorns. $22.
22. All right. You see that the heavy in its rage state seems to keep trying to move towards you, even though its body seems to be full of holes, bleeding ichor upon the cobblestones, it dragging its legs behind it as it just keeps pulling its weight. It seems to still voraciously come towards you. It's not dead quite yet. As it pulls itself closer, within range to give you a good smacking.
Is this its turn?
Yes.
Okay, 2d6 fire.
Oh, no!
Ah!
Don't get chumped. It doesn't get chumped. Very good.
Damn it.
I was like, don't you fucking dare.
You just smack falls flat.
Just fucking falls over. It's like, don't you dare. So it seems to be going into its death throes as it runs towards the 3 of you. As Finrod, you're getting pulled up by Kavral. Rage puts arrows into it, knowing that it's a threat. Kavral trying to pull you to your feet. As you see it bring its maul up over its shoulder with one arm and goes to swinging at you. I need dex saves from the 3 of you.
He is targeting someone else. Yes, I'm not about the dex saves, but he's targeting somebody else, technically, yes?
He's doing an AoE attack. So it's technically he's not targeting anyone, it's just he's hitting an area.
Okay.
Oh, I hate life.
You do have fates.
I'm sorry, what kind of save are we doing? I apologize.
Dex. Dex
A
save.
dex.
Oh, Dex.
You're +7.
Yeah, so am I. And I got a 12 with my
18?
+7.
Like I said, Finrod, you have fates you can spend.
Oh, we did get a whole bunch of fates, right, tonight?
Yeah, you got 2. You're
You
at 10.
also have a round, but
This would not impact proc sentinel attack then, even though it is hitting other people, because it's not technically targeting them.
I mean, what
Rage
is
is a-
your effect that you're
When a
talking about?
creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than me, I can use my reaction to make a melee weapon attack against an attacking creature.
I mean, you can still try to hit him, because, I mean, it's still technically targeting you guys, but it's not like an individual standard attack. I give it to you.
Okay, I would like to try that then.
All right. So it's bringing its great maul up to swing down. Kavral, you see an opening. Roll the punchy.
Ooh, 16 plus 9, so 25.
That is a hit.
All right. And D8, rolled it. 7 plus 5 to 12 damage.
Very good. So you do that damage to it, and you see that you strike it in the chest with your warhammer, and you see that you crack the plating on its chest. The plating falls off exposing the fleshy amalgam in the center. And you also seem to slow its swing, giving your compatriots, including yourself, advantage on your dex save.
It helped.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's really good. That's a 24.
All right.
That's also a 24.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh no, that's I'm not. I was trying to click the plus to see what my freaking advantage was, not roll it on there.
Ah! Ah!
Okay, it's no. Oh, it's because I get a +1 bonus on the save. That's why. Okay, that's why that's there. Okay, so that is a 17 in total. Then I got.
All right.
My dex save.
So all of you will take half damage as you kind of get yourselves out of the way as it does this big swing. So instead of taking 33, you'll take 16.
So that counted as a success.
Yes.
Shieldmaster evasion. If an effect allows half damage on success, I use. Oh no, wait, no, I already used my reaction. Never mind. I take damage.
Ha! Nerd.
Yeah.
I mean, you did save us though.
You,
By doing
you
that
did
reaction.
save your friends, so to take it and, just take the damage. Take it across the chin. You're fine.
Yeah.
So you all take
about-
16 instead of 33. So definitely a good thing you did.
Yeah.
As that's its turn, and you guys can see that its chest is open. That the armor that once protected it is no longer there. The common too is going to try and get up. And it is able to get itself up, burning its action to do so. And so it tries to move up, but moves clankily at half movement towards you. Which then brings us to Finrod. You find yourself eyeing down the raging heavy that struck you down. Your friends gave you a chance to stand back up. Kovral gave you an opening. What do you do? What do?
Oh.
If you pull a Yajirobe and just fucking booked it away, I would not blame you. What's your health at? 8?
I was honestly thinking of healing and then using my bonus action of on him to attack. Because if I
like
still have
someone's
the
looking up.
beacon, right?
Yes, he has the beacon up still.
So then, what is it? Potion of greater healing is 44 plus 4, so that's 20 health if I drink it.
Yes.
All right, let's do that.
You said 4d4. I thought you were saying like 44, like 4-4.
No. Wait,
I say it so fast that.
that's a damn good health.
What the fuck?
All right, so that was the potion. Let's see. I have 55 movement, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I can move there, that's 25. Oh, that is exactly 55 if I move 3, 4, 5. 25. Oh no, I still even have some. But yeah, I'm doing a full in charge at him.
All right. Now, you can see that this raging behemoth is wounded and that you seem to have an opening from Kovral. You can either stick with your normal attacks, or you can take and seize the moment and roll emphasis.
Ah, 2d20s, right?
Yep.
Farthest from 10.
Farthest from 10.
Oh, he's gonna do it. I was gonna say no
Oh, he's
balls.
gonna do it.
He's gonna do it.
He's doing it.
I picked up my other D20, so I roll them at the same time.
Oh,
Must be nice to have more than one.
I've lost some of my dice on my partial set. The only dice I could find on my other set is my 20 and my 6, and my D100, which does me no good really. The farthest. All right, so I rolled a 16 and an 8. So the farthest would be 16.
yes,
That would be correct.
that is correct, and that gives you.
I was just going to say the farthest, but I figured I had to read them out.
I mean, that's fair. So that is a great success. So, with your opening, Finrod, Kavral gave his strike to crack the armor with the Norn's hammer. You step back, feinting it into thinking that you were retreating, as it had wounded you before, for you to turn on your heels and sprint headlong into the death throes of this behemoth. You drag your fists up from ready position, the plates on your hands crackling with energy as you throw your full weight into a singular punch directly into the center of the fleshy mass that is exposed. As you see that the raging behemoth pulls back its maul, looking to strike you down before the finishing blow can be dealt. And as it brings its great weapon down upon you, you simply step in and throw all of your energy, your sorrow, your hatred, and you just force everything you have into the amalgamation. Lightning cracks from between your fingers. Thunder slams inside the plates of this monster as the energy arcs, screaming through every which direction, almost turning into balefire that screams up and through the seams of the plating that holds this monster together as its body just ruptures, detonating into a spray of purple ichor and falling parts, as the only thing left standing is its legs, that for a moment stand on their own volition before they themselves topple over, as now a purple rain falls down over you and your party members, the fluids of the monster returning to the surface from whence it came. The battle is over, and it's won. The common enemy that moved towards you sees the heavy been laid low, and the light from it seems to dwindle out completely. The spark that laid behind its carved eyes of its armor seems to disappear completely, as it just seems to screech to a halt, almost as if you just turn the power off to an airship. And you find yourselves out of combat, exhausted, wounded. But Albion is saved for another day.
So I have some things I want to do.
Yep.
If it's okay with you. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk over to Finrod and do cure wounds. His coveralls thing is still in play, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so it's a 3d8 plus 2, so 26.
Yep.
26.
Yeah.
I gotta go get water for my hydrate.
There you go.
Cool. Second thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk over to this leader as I want to search him. On my way over, I will fire a fire arrow into this guy just to double tap it.
just as it's standing there, you just funk it like in the skull.
Just to make sure.
You put one of your magical arrows just like straight through its headpiece as you're just point blanking it, and the magic ammunition lodges in and just starts to kind of creep over its surface, and there's no reaction. It just stands there.
Cool. And then, yeah, I want to search the leader.
All right, so you search the leader. So you look through the leader and you see that it had some stuff on it. Definitely something to the point of being a higher ranking soldier, so to speak. That it carried with it some things that are definitely not normally seen. You see that its armor is cracked and broken. But its staff remains stuck in the ground. You see that it may have a couple of weapons on its person, but for the most part, it seems rather normal otherwise. So roll me an investigation to look, basically run its pockets.
Sure. You. This is hard to get used to. 19.
19 to run its pockets. All right.
Well, plus 7, yeah?
Yep. So you run its pockets, and you're looking specifically for anything that it could have on its person. In one of its pouches, you find 3 pieces of parchment that all seemed tightly bound. To you, they definitely look of interest. The first one you find is a... Where's my other list? There it is. So it's that one, and then it's one of these. Huh. Neat. It's a scroll that you pick up. The seal on it looks gold. And in small writing on it, it seems to be in this script that you would only find in temples. Like almost a holy man script, if you will. But it seems important. There's a lot of flair in the labeling. But it looks rather powerful. Out of character, you have found a 7th level Summon Celestial scroll.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Is that a one-time use cantrip, or?
It's a level 7 spell that you can just use.
Also, it's not one-time use.
It is one-time use. No,
it is one time.
You burn it, but it's a level 7 Summon Celestial. The other one you find, the second one. We're not doing that one. Thanks, though. Thanks, game. We're not doing that one.
What was it? I want to know.
It was Demiplane. We're not doing that one. Thanks.
What is? I don't even know what Demiplane is.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I kind of want to know.
Look it up yourself.
Google it. I'm Googling it.
The second scroll you find seems to be in twin script. So on one side of the outside of the scroll matches the other side of the scroll almost verbatim. Silvery seal keeps it closed. The script you can read here, as you have some knowledge of the arcane, is that it's a spell scroll of clone.
Ooh.
And the third one you find...
Oh, yeah. No, fuck that Demiplane shit. Oh, my God.
No, that's why I didn't give it to you.
No, I just went, darn it, we can't just kick Manx in there and close the door.
Yeah.
I knew what it was.
My God.
The third scroll seems to have a red seal on it. The images of eyes sketched in between the lines on the outside. And this one is a 5th level scroll of Gaze, which I will basically give you guys a quick rundown of.
These?
Yes. I'll give you a rundown of all the spells really quickly. So, for Geese, your 5th level enchantment, basically you would be able to cast a command on a creature you see within range, forcing to carry out a service or refrain from an action or course of activity as you decide. If it can succeed, or if it can understand you, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charmed for the duration. While it is charmed by you, it takes 5d10 psychic damage each time it acts in a manner directly counter to your instructions, but no more than once a day. If it can't understand you, it's not affected. So basically, it is charm person, but stronger.
Fair enough.
For your clone spell, it is, because it's a scroll, you don't need any of the components. Basically, it grows an inert duplicate of a living creature as a safeguard against death. This clone forms inside a vessel of your choosing using the spell's casting and grows to full size and maturity after 120 days. You can also choose to have the clone be a younger version of the same creature. It remains inert and endures indefinitely as long as its vessel remains undisturbed and intact. At any time after it matures, if the original creature it is cloned from dies, its soul transfers to the clone, provided the soul is free and willing to return. The clone is physically identical to the original and has the same personality, memories, abilities, stats, etc., but none of the original's equipment, unless you give it that equipment. The original creature's remains, if they still exist, become inert and can't thereafter be restored to life, since the creature's soul is elsewhere. So essentially, you found a scroll of extra life, essentially.
But it takes 120 days.
It takes 120 days, yes.
Does the thing have to be summoned before the original dies for that to happen, or?
It has to mature before the original dies.
Okay. So I have to summon it 120 days later, and then after that, if the original dies, then it gets transferred.
Yeah, it's essentially when you cast the spell, you put the clone into a vessel, and it has to mature for 120 days. And then after that, if the person you cloned it from perishes, they are sent to that body instead of just dying.
So kind of gotta have some sort of psychic ability for that one. Ooh, maybe not. I have some ideas. Okay.
All right, so you got that one, and then you got this one, which I want to make sure that you have. Is it summon? Conjure. Okay, it's Conjure Celestial. Alright, and then for your spell of Conjure Celestial, it's a concentration spell for up to an hour. You summon a Celestial of challenge rating 4 or lower, which appears in unoccupied space you can see within range. It disappears when it drops to 0 hit points or when the spell ends. The Celestial is friendly to you and your companions for the duration. Roll initiative for it, which has its own turns. It obeys any verbal commands that you issue to it. No action is required by you as the controller, as long as they don't violate its alignment. If you don't issue any commands to the Celestial, it defends itself from hostile creatures, but otherwise takes no actions. I would have the statistics for it.
Okay. Yeah, because I would have to choose what I'm summoning, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's so you would essentially choose what CR rating, and then if there's more than one, I would essentially roll for which shows up.
Oh, okay.
But yes, so that is what you guys have at this time. So you have Clone, Conjure, Celestial, and Gaze. That is the spell scrawls that you have found on his person. And you find a singular potion tied to his hip. book on the light so I can read. It seems to be a blue tinged liquid inside of a angularly sharp cornered bottle with a moving eye etched onto the surface.
Hmm.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
To
That
know
does sound
the
interesting.
premise or the ability of this potion, you would either have to drink it or have someone with the arcane knowledge to cast Identify upon it.
Okay, that's probably gonna have to go to the bag of holding, which we do
Blue
have. So, right?
potion with it's me.
Okay.
So blue potion with an eye on it.
Yep. That is correctamundo.
Oh, that's. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is the
Are
other
you putting
Discord?
these spells in my inventory, or
You can basically you can give the scrolls to whoever wants to hold them, and it'd just be like spell of blank, or just put like spell scroll as a custom.
okay?
Oh, that's pickpocketing. Oh, that's very good to have. Oh, curses. Very fun.
I'm gonna give the celestial one to cover all. I feel like him being a paladin kind of fits,
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep, fair, thank you.
unless there's any objections.
No, not one at all. I'm just waiting
have
to
an
tell
idea.
me if I have to put anything else in the bag of holding to type it.
Hmm. Do you want the Gaze one, or do you want me to hold on to that?
I think it'll probably work better with you.
Okay, then I'll hold on to that. The clone one I have an idea for. Kind of dumb, but again, it's an idea. What if we clone Fausta?
Oh, if you've really got 120 days to wait, though.
I mean, fair.
I mean,
that's true. I didn't
it's
think about that.
if you think about it that way, is that you just can't kill him or cause him to die before 120 days. That doesn't mean you can't fight him. That doesn't mean you can't push him back. You just can't mortally kill him. Like, the soul cannot leave the whatever it's in until that is fixed or that is complete.
I mean, it might be worth a shot.
Because I'm just thinking, like, if I have the lore correct, he's basically possessed by the Mad King. Yeah.
So, from
Layman's terms.
So what Thurlby told you in layman's terms is that Thurlby was part of the party that went with the original Fausta and the gas you fought in the crypt that were the original heroes. They all found magical artifacts in there, which are the artifacts that you guys have been finding and have been using. He found his sword and the obsidian throne, which seemed to twist him, as it was just like an evil spirit inside of it, for lack of a better term. And so he became twisted, his soul basically under the control of something else outside of him. So in I guess in a lesser in an easier term is, yes, he is technically possessed, but not like, oh, I can exorcise him, but more of like he's like
Right.
super fucked. But if you reset him, if you fucking hit him like a buggy router, he'd probably fix it.
Here comes
So
some maintenance.
plug it back in. I mean, if anyone has any better ideas for the clone, that's fine too. That's the first thing I thought of. Because probably
I mean,
gonna have to kill him.
So,
Yeah.
what?
if we do kill him, then we probably shouldn't use the clone on him because we're going to do it before the 120.
Right. I wasn't thinking about that.
So the other side of it as well is that there's a variant rule for the clone spell, which, if you guys want to use it, you can use it. Is essentially that normally when you cast a clone spell, you're picking a person, you have a component of them, a piece of hair, piece of flesh, whatever, using that to cast a clone. A variant of the spell is that you can cast what's called a blank, which follows the same rules as the clone. It takes 120 days to mature, etc., etc. Just that the second step of it is after you cast it, you place it in the vessel, you let it do its thing. The second step is that you, if you're the one that cast the spell originally and are holding of either the vessel, the scroll, some kind of connection between you and it, whatever, you can choose who it copies, and they become essentially a blank. So they will be a formless humanoid-esque. Basically, they'll look like an artist mannequin until the person you choose to reincarnate or essentially transfer into that body as a blank takes it over, and then they will become that person.
So kind of like what we did with Coverall.
Yes, except not a Warforged. It would essentially be a flesh and blood copy. So that is a variant you can do for it. It's not known. I like that variant more instead of just like basically picking and choosing a person, being like, oh, it's going to be this person, because it's bullshit magic. It's not alchemy. It's literally, you're just like, you're fax machining somebody. So it's like,
Right.
why not make it a blank that then that person transfers into, which gives it a little bit more flexibility, which in a world like this, it's going to take a lot of energy from you guys anyways, because it's going to be waiting for it, protecting it, make sure it doesn't, come under attack, make sure it doesn't get broken, make sure it does this, make sure that, whatever. So you have that additional layer of you're caring for it, you're protecting it, you're trying to make sure it stays working. And so at the end of the day, if it comes down to, Rage gets mortally fucking wounded, there's no way to fucking save him, you have this blank, you can send him to the blank as a failsafe.
Yeah. Do we want to wait to cast it until we're on the airship so that way that's where the blank is staying?
That might be better than carrying it there, yeah.
But like
I was
the
also thinking
blank
about
sounds like a
putting it in
good
the bag
idea.
of holding. Casting it, putting the blank in the bag of holding.
I don't know, but
So that's like a weird space. It all depends on how Burns willing to allow that.
So the bag of holding is a pocket dimension where if it needs to breathe, eat, or sleep, or have connection to something to keep it alive, it would no longer have that connection in the bag of holding, because it essentially is a vacuum, so to speak. So, like, if you went into it, you could go into the bag of holding, but you got 10 minutes of air.
Got it.
So,
The only thing that's safe is putting a dead body in it, right? Like if you're trying
Yeah.
to save a dead body.
yeah, that's kind of like the only thing, because it's not
It's
going to
like
die further. It's going to decompose still, because it's still going at real time, but it's not, like, exposed to anything else. It's in its own, like, isolated area. So, like, I've seen players, and I've been a player that's done that as well, where we've come across someone who, like, person was like we were dealing with like a mad scientist essentially, and we came across equivalently like patient zero of like this really nasty arcane virus, and we happened to like find him, and he wound up keeling over. We're like, shove him in this bag, we're forfeiting this bag of holding to hold this body, which is just like super contagious, and just be like sealing it and like never touching it again, being like, nope, because it became essentially a just viral container.
yep, fair fair.
Does this vessel have to be like within a certain amount of range? With the
No,
person who
it does
casts
not have to be within range. Basically, when you cast it, you have the vessel it's going to mature in, and you're basically saying, all right, here's the vessel, here's my scroll, I'm casting it, this is where it's going to be. And then once it's going, you could be halfway across the world, and if it's linked to you, you would get shot back to the blank.
Got it.
If the soul is willing. Remember, that's that caveat of it. If the soul is willing, it will transfer to that body if it's chosen for someone to be a clone of, or if it's a blank, it's going to take a little bit longer to mature, but it can accept any soul coming back to it that you give essentially access to it.
So it was said the airship, because the airships could be used in the battle. Fuck, I'm getting my campaigns mixed up. With where the paladins are.
In the Slanted Keep, yep.
Yeah, we should probably put the vessel there.
Yeah. Would probably be the most secure location.
I mean, we could start it though in the airship and then move it. Correct? It
Yes.
doesn't have to stay wherever we cast it.
No, it's as long as you have a large enough vessel that can hold the blank, which is about like a 6-foot canister. As long as
Right.
it is like safe and undisturbed, then it can be moved. It just has to not be broken or smashed or opened.
Okay, so
I just wanted
we
to like
cast
make
on the
sure I
airship.
said that. That way, like
Yeah,
you
so
can
we-
cast it sooner.
We just have to make sure that we get it off the airship before the battle.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, we can do that. It sounds like a plan. Did you guys want to search anybody else while we're here?
You searched the leader, and that's all so far?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, I'll search the heavy then.
So, roll me
All you got is them
investigation to run his
legs.
pockets. Yeah, all he got is the legs and whatever's attached to his
Oh yeah,
legs.
true. Yeah.
Run his pockets.
Investigation, you said. Let's see, that's
Just don't look at the prison one.
Gross.
oh.
Yeah, I watched a TikTok of some lady that didn't know what that meant. She was just using it as like a normal term.
That's terrifying, and I hate that. Thanks.
She was putting her phone like in her bra or whatever. It would call it her prison pocket. It was fucking hilarious.
Jesus.
So the husband told her what it was, and you should see her face. It was glorious.
Whew.
Well, I got an 11 in total for my investigation.
All right. You look through what's left of the body of the heavy. And it just you really are having trouble finding anything really useful. I mean, it's mostly legs. Let's see if anything.
They some
pops
thick
up.
legs though.
And there are some thick legs, but I mean they're just legs. So who's to truly say? What is it?
All about turn them into wading boots for fishing.
I hate that, but that is also hilarious. That is
Oh, Jesus.
that is fucking goofy, and I love it. You find one thing on him. Yes, you find two things. You find two different potions. One is one that you recognize immediately. It's a potion of supreme healing. which is 10d4 plus 20.
Jesus.
Oh,
Manage inventory. Add item.
You lose that fucking light, or use that light of yours or whatever. That's 60 fucking hit points back.
Potion of supreme healing added to backpack.
What was it that you used again?
Beacon of Hope.
Yes.
Beacon of Hope. I said light. I don't know why I was saying light, but yeah, Beacon of Hope. Should have known it was beacons. I put the fucking beacons of lit thing in there.
Beacons of lit. He's lit, guys. Look at him. You also find on him another potion that kind of sits at his feet. A yellowish streaked potion with black swirls that lace within. And you kind of recognize this. Something is used by heavy soldiers in the Paladin Corps. It's the Potion of Haste.
that'll give us 2.
Which Potion of Haste, if you don't already know, gives you haste for 1 minute with no concentration needed. And it essentially doubles your speed, gives you a +2 to your AC, and has advantage on Dex saving throws. And it gains an additional action each of its turns.
And then the negative side effect afterwards is the exhaustion.
Yes. Essentially, after the spell ends, for you, since it's not concentration, it'd be after a full minute or 10 rounds, you wouldn't be able to move or take actions until your next turn, as you essentially just have the quote-unquote lethargy fall over you.
I would say someone else hold that, just because I have one in the bag of holding already.
I mean, yeah. Rage, do you want it, or
I mean, you
should
can have it if you want.
All right. I mean, yeah, sure. I'll hold on to it for now, I guess.
I mean, I get 2.5 attacks per turn on average with the board breaker. Obviously, there's a stipulation with that, but still.
Fair.
I need to fix my inventory and put some stuff in my inventory instead of just keeping it there. I just realized I have a supreme healing potion of healing in the bag of holding.
Huh.
Oh, dang.
Neat.
On top of a greater healing potion and 10 bandages. Still.
Oh yeah, I gotta add that scroll too, right? The Gaceful, was it called?
Yes. The Scroll of Gaze.
Scroll of Gaze.
Scroll of Gaze.
No results found.
Yeah, I couldn't find the scroll of
Yeah, it's because I don't
Flexily.
think it pulls up like Scroll of for some reason, because of course it doesn't.
Okay, let me search Celestial. Nothing. Oh, okay. What the? Really?
I would just type it into your inventory because you
The
don't really
potion of
need to know
gaseous
anything.
form.
Add custom item. Oh, god damn it.
So
That's GASE.
GASE. Yep. GAES.
Oh,
GAES.
Scroll of Conjure Elemental. There we go.
can you send me that description so I have it?
Sure. I will do that real quick. The Bonketh.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Indeed. Okay.
All right. So, you guys have looted and you've run people's pockets. And so you find yourself, well, ready to head back to Albion, hoping now, after dealing with the threat and getting the refugees to safety, as well as stopping the Mad King from just smiting the town off the face of the map, maybe they'll open the doors and listen to you for once. So you decide to start making your way back. Some of the other people who were still in hiding as you guys came through seem to have pulled themselves out of the rubble or pulled themselves from in between buildings or from their own hiding spots as they see the three of you just trudging back to Albion, having dealt a pretty significant blow to the forces here, covered in the ichor of the enemies you've slain, smelling of gunpowder and lightning, and just bits of charred remains from different ways you've kind of dealt with the situations at hand. And as these people come out of the rubble, their eyes are just wide. Because the last time they saw you, you came down screaming out of the sky on the back of a black dragon to end a siege on their town. And now they find themselves in your presence again as you had stepped in and stopped the slaughter and razing of their homes. And little by little, as more come out, you hear whispers among them going, "It's them. It's the heroes. They came back." As you begin to hear a swelling of applause and cheers, a clapping from people who are getting themselves up. You get nods from soldiers who are pulling themselves out of the rubble wounded and pulling others out that they were hiding away from these monsters that came running through. Militia members who attempted their best to simply protect others, having done so because of your efforts. You see fathers bring their children and wives out of the rubble and vice versa as they all kind of begin to move out of the woodwork. The number of people in this town that were still here even during the attack boggles you, as the amount of refugees that had moved towards Albion was already a large number. And you realize that if you hadn't intervened, that hundreds of people would have met their end. Even more so than what happened if you hadn't stopped the assault on Albion. And so as they all come out of the woodwork, it's immense. The cheers, the whistles as they see you seem to give you a burst of energy you didn't think you had left in you. As you now hold your heads high and walk towards Albion with them following in tow, knowing that you'll do well by them, as the last two times they've seen you, you have done more than anyone could have asked for, anyone that they expected to for them. Being farmers, being lower class and looked down on by the other cities around them, it's not often that they get assistance or that people decide that they are worth the time. But one face in particular really strikes your interest as he pulls himself out from beneath the ruined tarp of a tent. His white lab coat, now tarnished by the dirt and dust he found himself hiding under. A small emblem of a mushroom stitched onto the chest of his coat. His thick-rimmed glasses kind of being self-adjusted on his face as he picks himself up, patting the dust off of him as he reaches down underneath the tarp and pulls out a large ceramic flower pot that has a even larger mushroom sitting in it. As he looks at the three of you and goes, "Oh, it's you! Don't you remember? It's me, the mycologist.
Hey,
Dr.
glad to
Maris.
see you're doing well.
Yes. Ah, that's quite a trouble. I thought I was done for. I just live in a canvas tent surrounded by mushrooms. I'm not exactly a fighter, but I hid as best I could. I saved what research I could. But you're here, 3 of you, and you stopped the assault. It means my research can continue. It means that these people's lives can continue. This is twice now. I don't know what we're gonna do to thank you. We're running out of ideas.
Just make sure everybody who's left is safe first. I think that's the main priority here.
It looks like you got quite a crowd behind you. It seems most of them are leaving now, seeing that you've cleared the way. But I really do hope we find a way to thank you. This is getting kind of ridiculous. We can't just keep calling on you guys. You got lives outside of saving us. But I imagine someone here has something, well, some token of appreciation we can give you. I mean, it's maybe, hold on. Maybe it survived. Maybe. Here's, hold this. And he hands you the flower pot.
Alright, I guess I'm holding on to him.
I'm just
Potted
going. I
mushroom
ain't
right now.
touching that. I'm done with the mushrooms.
He hands you the flower pot as he scurries back under the canvas tarp that is the remains of his large research tent. As you see kind of a bump in it as a shape as he's like scurrying around underneath of it. As you hear him, no, it's not here. Nope, that's not it. No, no, Bartholomew, no biting. Stop it. As he keeps on going through there, throwing things, you hear clinking of tools and like moving of rubble. He goes, oh no, that's labeled under B for debauchery. No, that's not right. No, it's D. D for debauchery. That's right. And then Morphalius and Etheria. Okay, that's fine. That's over here. Bartholomew, stop touching me. As he just keeps kind of scurrying underneath the shape, moving around the canvas rather quickly, as just bursts of random nonsense seem to come out of his mouth. And eventually he emerges back from it, dirty again, with a small mushroom kind of nibbling on his leg, as he has in his hands a canvas bag. He goes, I found it. It's hopefully this will be of use. I've been working on it for quite some time. I wonder if it's going to be Bartholomew, you son of a mushroom. And he picks up this tiny mushroom and just fucking throws it into the distance. Just throws you here. God damn mushrooms. Don't know why I study them. All they do is bite me. He just brushes his pants. And he pulls out the bag and goes, anyway. After the last specimen you brought me and then, unbeknownst, cut it to pieces, I did figure out a way to use it, I guess is the best turn of words. Did you know that mushrooms have the best capacity for carrying magical power? It's part of the way they grow in the ecosystem, is that they usually are the nerves. They connect plants and such together. They become a network of veins and brains that allow plants to speak with one another. I know, it sounds crazy, but we live in a world full of dragons, so bear with me. But what I found is that the pieces of what we call the mycelium seem to be able to carry and store arcane magics very well, which is why we see these mutating mushrooms near large spouts of arcane energy. They seem to take in a lot, and then they become all weird and bitey like Bartholomew. But we found a way to use it as a contained circuit, and also distill that same mycelium into useful items, such as potions. And so I have 2 things for you. I hope they'll be enough for saving my life twice now. I mean, as a scientist, I don't have much money, but I do have these cool things. And so he opens the bag and he pulls one thing out, and it is almost looks like a mason jar of this, I would say, grayish blue liquid that kind of shimmers like a purple light when he shakes it. He goes,
Room shine.
"Ah, yeah, rune shine." That's a good word for it. I like that. He- ah, this is the distilled magic of that large mushroom you brought me, and they cut to pieces. Because of its large strength, we are able to distill it down into a potion that would give you, in turn, strength, which we thought was interesting. And we tried it on one person, a scrawny individual. He was a lab assistant for the longest time. We gave him some, and then he went and won the strongman competition that they held 2 weeks later, and then was immediately disqualified for doping. But he did lift 6 times his body weight, which was impressive.
Hey,
So
well, yeah.
we have this thing to give you. And then we also would take the same fibers from that same mushroom, and we're able to turn it into a belt. Now you may be asking yourself, what does a belt have to do with anything? It's a magical belt, idiot. And because it seems to not be distilled and concentrated, the effect isn't as strong, but it still seems to allow the user to have greater strength. So I have these 2 gifts for you. Use them at your own capacity and will. And maybe down the line, if I get more samples or if I figure things out more, I can make more things, such as more runeshine, as you said. That's a name, I'm trademarking it. And then maybe some other items that could benefit you from other samples. Who's to say? But anyway, that's what I have. I'm going to make sure there's no other bitey mushrooms underneath my tent. Help get some other people out of these rubble, as I can see some militia members have started moving around, checking for survivors, and shuffle them all towards Albion with what's left of my research. And I guess we'll start over again. Nothing says progress like restarting for the 5th time, but c'est la vie. It's what you do as a scientist with no money. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. Have fun. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Speaking of money, cover off your royalties for that name, right?
Baby, if you're not a nerd.
I want to just say, while he kept saying about cutting up that mushroom after getting handed to it, I was just like whistling and looking
he kept
to the
giving
left
you
and
the
the
side
right.
eye. He was like
the
mushroom that someone cut up.
Description.
Some asshole elf wearing fucking pauldrons wielding a scythe that glowed like the sun, cutting up that mushroom that I needed. I wonder who that could be. Maybe the one standing in front of me with the scythe on his back. Weird. Strange.
I just wanted to add the way my character was reacting to it without cutting you off, and just waited till the end.
Just
I almost made you like call high-low, but I realized it's my other character. It's not this one. I had the perfect thing for when he threw the mushroom.
What was it? Were you gonna shoot it out of the air?
No, I was like, I know a cat that used to like that once.
But yeah, so he gives you this, and out of character, the 2 things he gave you were a potion of Storm Giant Strength, which gives the person who drinks the potion a strength score of 29 for an hour.
Damn. Cool.
The other thing he gives you is a belt of Stone Giant Strength, which while wearing the belt gives you a strength score of 23 and a beard as a side effect.
It gives you a what? I'm sorry?
A beard.
A beard.
A beard. Beard. Facial hair.
So how would that work as a warforged?
That's a good question. That is a
Still gets the
solid
beard.
question. Still gets the beard, but it's just like stick on, like from a costume shop.
Yeah, like
In case of Warforged.
that's great.
Yeah, so those are the two things he
It's-
gives you.
It's got to be like an Abraham Lincoln type fucking thing, man. It really does.
It's like a massive giant's beard. Like it's just like koof.
Oh,
I mean, you can
thinking of the Warforged with Abraham Lincoln.
you could cosmetically make it however you want. If you want like Warforged Abe Lincoln with just like the chin strap, then that's also fine. Like it's however you want to play it, depending on who wears it. But yeah, so those are two things he gives you distilled from the mushroom.
Alright.
And just for context, so you have an idea, I'm trying to remember what the guidelines are for strength stuff because it's changed between editions. So let me see if this has it in here. No, these are all old challenges, so that's not what I'm looking for.
While he's looking for stuff, I have a thought.
Go for it.
Give me the belt. That way, Burn has to redraw my character with a beard.
No, that's on you. If I'm gonna do anything, I'm gonna Photoshop a beard on you, like from a fucking paper doll.
I am here for it.
You more than likely have to attune to the belt too.
Yes, you do have to attune to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really need it. My strength isn't the greatest, but I don't really use strength as much. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing I want to do is, are the gauntlets off of my dex or my strength? We put them proficient.
So if you are proficient with them, so your hits as a monk, I think, are based off your dex. And because you're proficient with it, it's based off your dex. Normally, unarmed strikes are based off your strength.
Your strength.
But because you're a monk, you are fast with your hams. So it is not based strictly off your strength.
No, that's the only reason I wanted to ask about that. Like, I wasn't sure if it would improve damage or not.
Fair.
Because the gauntlets were originally a strength weapon, but like you switched it over to, because I rolled and everything, to the dex.
So should I take the belt then, seeing as my attacks scale off my strength?
Yes.
Yeah.
And being a strength-based melee character, that is the better idea.
Yep.
Although if he's wearing the belt, what does the potion do at that point?
It just adds,
if
what,
I-
6 more?
Yeah, the
Strength,
potion
it
would just
would-
push him
yeah.
to 29 for an hour.
Okay, what would you get with the belt?
A 23.
I'm at 23 with the belt,
It would be 23 with the belt. What are you at without it?
17 without.
Okay, I mean, it does give you that bump up to the 20, so.
Yeah, I go from a +4 to a +6 if I equip it.
Yeah.
Trying to see.
Him.
I'm trying to. There used to be a thing that. Oh, here it is.
What would the 29 give you?
The 29 would give him a. It's a +8. Or is it no? Is it? No, it's a 29, so it'd be. Because it's half half minus 10. So it'd be... Yeah, because it'd be... No, that's not right. God, I'm trying to fucking... 14...
1 second.
Oh, no,
I'm doing the
it's...
override score.
Oh, no, it's minus 10
That would
divided
give
by
me
2.
plus 9.
Yeah, so
29 would give me plus 9.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Damn.
Basically, the way it's like, to put it in layman's terms, is like the strength for a 23 is that you can essentially pull very heavy objects at appreciable speeds. So being able to pull a carriage without really breaking a sweat. There used to be a calculation like in 3.5 that made it a little bit easier to put it in context. And if I remember correctly from 3.5, if you had a like 23 in strength, you could easily lift. It was like you could push like 600 pounds and you could lift like 300 pounds over your head or some shit like that. It was
something ridiculous.
It was absolutely ridiculous. Let's carrying capacity. Yeah, carrying capacity in 3.5 for strength 23. You could carry at max 600 pounds on your back. And character can lift as much as his or her own maximum load over his or her head. So with a max load. So yeah, as someone with a strength of 23, you could essentially lift 400 pounds over your fucking head. And you could push it just as easily. With a strength 29, base in 3.5, that's 1.5 tons.
Holy fuck.
Oh,
Yeah, it gets dumb.
Just lift a horse over my head and yeet it at something.
Yeah, that's something you can fucking do. In 5e, it's a little bit less because getting a 29 in strength in 3.5 was terrifying because it made you a literal monster. In here, it's not as aggressive, but it's still like, damn. Like it's with that, you with a 29 in strength, you can essentially jump 20 feet laterally without making a roll, and you can jump. I think it's 12 feet in the air without making a roll. Like it's insane. But what we're gonna do real quick is we're gonna take a quick break. We'll get some hydration and use the turlet, and then we'll be back to wrap this up in Albion. All right.
Bro, I am plus 10 in athletics now.
oh my god, that's fucking insane.
If I were to override that to 29 again temporarily, I would have 13 in athletics. Yeah, but
Hi,
excuse me?
Carson. Oh, that is great. We just like took a break. He went to go get water in the restroom.
Oh, right. We are coming through on the be right back screen. Aha. The one top, right? Ah.
uh, oh, I'm happy that was real easy to decide who got the belt.
Yeah.
Like, all right,
Although,
who gets the most damage out of it? What was the question?
yeah,
And I would
I
say
mean,
it's going good tonight.
I'll be like useless immediately after, but I could like chug the potion of speed, which would give me haste, so I'd have a extra bonus action as well, I think, right? Which would then let me drink the potion of Storm Giant Strength on the same turn, and then just go smack the shit out of somebody.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the haste, like, I would try to save it for, like, in the worst case scenario, I was going to use the potion of haste tonight, but I was happy we didn't have to.
Hey. Oh, okay, no. It isn't that I get an additional action and bonus action, it's that I only get
It's
an
just
additional action.
additional action. Double movement speed, additional action. Like, I should know this better, especially since I have the spell haste
I get a plus
on
2
my
to
artificer.
AC as well, so I'd go up to 26 AC. Whoa, that's pretty decent. But pretty tanky for
Oh,
a very short period of 10 turns.
people don't want to answer pages today. Oh, that sucks.
Oh. Yeah. It'd be great to get you in on the campaign sometime.
Another day where your character comes back.
Eee.
Oh, man. Oh, God. I really kind of want to see if I can, before we go on the final battle, get that scythe fixed so it doesn't cause blindness.
Yeah, just bicycle flashing, just do something like that.
I know I was like offered it very early on, but I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to use it in like a fight. But like, it's been like at least like I get you guys to like have your reactions to not look at it, and it just screws my character over.
What I do?
Yeah, but-
I'm talking
Potatoes.
about my scythe.
Oh, I always heard screws my character over, so I figured I'd do something. Although that's my other character, isn't it?
And it's mainly only aura.
Dude, I don't want to get into it.
She triggers
I
you to
don't
screw
even
everyone
suppose.
over. We just go.
I mean,
Oh man.
I got what Bert was trying to do last week by, making Rice's his character Okros catch me and stop me. So I realized what he was doing, but I didn't need a speech from the person who shouldn't be giving speeches about shit like that.
Yeah.
Oh man. I kind of like need to watch last session, like as I was telling Rix, it's like because I was still feeling like crap that session. Like I was going in and out like all session.
It was a good one.
Yes,
Like
it was a good
I
one.
enjoyed the session, like when I was like alive.
Yeah.
It was full of intrigue,
Yeah.
mystery, falsehoods, and other stuff.
And a bitch.
And a
Me learning if I yelled, I was coughing like a little bitch.
No. You were definitely not the bitch from that session.
The coughing part. But like I was
No,
at
not
least
even
hitting
that.
mute for you guys, so
let's-
you weren't
not even
hearing
that.
it.
What the hell did I miss? Carson coming in and telling us that ladybugs are cannibals. Friday. Everyone's saying hi. Also, what? From Rexus, always good. Asking where the fuck did I go? Hydration break. I was also using the bio because I don't know what happened. My bio was like, hey, you need to go like now. And I'm like, thanks, I'm in the middle of something. It's like, don't care. Go. Leave. Yep. That's a fun night. Yeah, no one's answering pages in the hospital. I'm not fucking surprised. So, you guys have gained items. You have destroyed the soldiers that were threatening to burn down Albion. And you are now heading back. As you approach the bridge that takes you over to the city fortress of Albion, you are followed by other refugees and people who are still coming over to get away from the town of Broken Earth, even for a minute, because of the fact that there still is some commotion going on. The militia is still clearing it. They're waiting on the a detachment from the Crucible to come down and clear the town as well. And so the people need shelter, food, water, etc. And so Albion being the closest one that can fit everyone, that's where everyone's planning on going.
Don't lie, they're following us because they see a Warforged with a beard.
I mean, that too. He does have the Abe Lincoln beard now, rocking as a Warforged, which is pretty tight if you ask me. So...
Thank you for saying exactly what I was imagining already.
So, you guys head over to the bridge and across. Unfortunately, as you cross the bridge, you begin to hear the same commotion that you left. The guards are continuing to be annoying, to say the least, and are now talking to the town elders, who are essentially saying, our town is ruined, our homes are gone, our food is gone, we were razed, we were ransacked, we need help, we need to stay somewhere. And the guards are still saying that the governor has not given him clearance to open the gates, they do not want anyone in, even though that the town is under threat. And one of them even says, but you sent the heroes to deal with the threat. You said that once the threat was gone, you would open the gates. And there was the magical attack coming from above that they stopped, or so we think they stopped. So open the gates. The guards simply shake their heads and say, we haven't been told, we're not going to. And that is where you enter. You enter between the two city elders that are arguing for entrance into Albion, for these few hundred souls who are now displaced because of the Mad King's attack. And the guards see you, the three of you approaching. All three of you look worse for wear. You've been through a hard one. You've been not the hardest fight of your lives so far, but still one for the books, between the damage you took and the damage you dealt. You are all covered in splashback of ichor. Some of you is singed. Finrod is covered in bruising. Kavral, you have cut marks in your plate mail. Rage, you're not really that injured, but you are just like gross looking because you've been flying, so you've been just like working up a sweat, and then you're also covered in schmutz and ichor, and you don't smell great. You know,
well, there goes my self-confidence. Thanks.
You're coming at... Jesus Christ. There goes my self-confidence. Man. And so the three of you walk up to seeing the same scene you left. The guards see you, and the one that told you before that he would think about opening the gate if you went and took care of the threat, as it was protocol, sees the three of you and kind of freezes in what he was saying as he makes eye contact with Kovral and just kind of stops what he's doing. The other guard kind of taps him and is like, hey, what's the matter? And then sees the three of you standing between the two elders and also kind of freezes and goes, now, we don't want any trouble. We're just following orders. They said specifically that we can't open the gates until someone tells us to.
Well, we're
come
here,
on.
and I'm telling you, open the fucking gate.
Coverall. You want to show the gate what the belt can do?
Oh, that depends
Alright,
on whether or not they're willing to open it.
Oh, I have this just imagination of this dwarf warforged with an Abe Lincoln beard just Hulk punching the fuck out of this gate and opening it. I don't know why.
I was just gonna say,
do.
if they don't open it for us, we're opening it and going in.
The guards take a step back and go, we have orders to defend the gate. The other one, who seems younger, goes, we will use respective force to protect the gate if necessary. And you see that he's shaking through these words because he sees the three of you. I don't know if the three of you have taken a moment to look at yourselves from a third person in a while. From your starting points.
Tried, okay?
Yeah, well, it's from your starting points, from where you were originally, where the three of you were baby-faced, fresh adventurers, ready to take on your first contracts, ready to go earn something of yourselves. Whether you had training or not, you're ready to kind of take on what you could, and you were thrown into shitstorm after shitstorm. And now, you are the adventurers you looked up to and why you went into it in the first place. When Kovral first started, he was a dwarf who had just come out of the Slanted Keep after leaving Farreach. You know, he had heard about other things. He was imprisoned by a ghast for 50 some odd years. He was rescued by you guys. He came back out and was like, I'm ready to continue my mission. It was still kind of green around the ears a little bit. Finrod was a monk who just kind of went traveling and was learning things. It was like, oh, I can go and learn things from other people. I can go fight. And Rage was a young ranger who was kind of getting his work run. He was still learning the lay of the land and was getting better at it. It wasn't very good at dealing with other people. Was, worked by himself. And then now you're seeing it as Finrod, who now carries the gauntlets of a hero long past, who has cracked open stone doors and gone toe-to-toe with monsters 50 times his size in one. You have Kovral, who's currently wearing plate armor that has been blessed and reforged by paladins of his order. He wears the sigils of a high commander. He's carrying a shield of a special material metal and a hammer made out of the talon of a essentially demonic queen from in between worlds, not to mention everything else he has on his person. And then you have Rage, who is now a tall, confident Aarakocra who would stand up for his compatriots that he has fought tooth and nail with, is missing an eye, has a robotic replacement that was made by Thurlby, wings that look like a Death Angel's wings that are made of metal, carries a bow that is the size of him that fires flaming arrows, and then on top of that has a rifle that looks like shoots fucking school buses at people, that looks like it's made of metal and flesh. The three of you are what books are written of, and you stand in front of these guards and are just simply saying, open the gates. And the younger one is shaking in his boots as he kind of holds his halberd at an angle towards you. The older one does the same, but seems to be a little bit more stalwart in his stance, as he repeats what the younger one said of that they will defend the gate with appropriate response.
I am not going to be the voice of reason here. Just don't have it in me anymore. So one of y'all better do it. Before I shoot this fucking kid in his fucking face.
I mean, I would say we didn't just save you from the town to hurt you here. Let us
this is
talk.
totally like RP, by the way. Like, I'm drawing an arrow while saying this to you two. Sorry.
No,
I should've made that
I'm
clear.
actually like, that was me actually talking to them.
Okay.
I can assure you that if you stand aside and allow us to pass through, you will not face retribution from your higher-ups. But,
At this time, I need each of you to roll me intimidation with advantage because of your stature and your reputation.
I was definitely waiting for this one.
So each of you will roll it with advantage.
I got a 14 for my
15.
high.
It was a 15 and a 9.
I got my high was a 14.
So between the three of you rolling about the same, the three of you just kind of stand in front of the guards, having said what you said, weapons at the ready, arrows drawn, as now a slightly agitated mob of people stand behind you, farmers' tools and such at the ready, as it looks like it's going to turn into a bloodbath if these guards don't seem to listen to reason or understanding. And the younger of the guards simply drops the halberd and goes, I may be following orders, but I know when wrong is wrong, and kind of steps to the side. The older one seems to be more grizzled, seems to continue standing there as he's still kind of holding it at you guys as you're just now in this standoff between the four of you. As someone kind of comes up behind him and just hits him in the back of the head with what looks to be like a hammer and just knocks him to the ground. And as the person kind of steps out from behind him and moves him to the side, you can see that it's someone who is wearing a sergeant's emblem on his chest as he had stepped out of the guardhouse and goes, "No, that's enough. We all know our orders, but we know where our morals are supposed to come into play. We may be guards, but we're soldiers. And soldiers defend what's right, not what is paid for. Now, what they didn't tell you is that we can't open the gate from this side, but seeing the three of you, I imagine you had a plan for that?"
Oh, I think we could work something out.
As long as you promise that the boys that are here, who are just doing their jobs as much as the idiots as they can be, don't face retribution for stepping to the side. That's all I ask, because they're just trying to make a day go by. If you want to pull feathers and break fingers, the governor's palace is where you need to have your deliberations.
On my honor as a High Commander of the Slanted Keep, they will face no retribution for their standing aside today.
Thank you, Kavral.
I agree.
You truly are a stalwart example of what a paladin is supposed to be. No one else will give you trouble on the outside of these gates. On the inside, different story, but I imagine that with you and the refugees, if they give you an issue, a bit of physical introduction never hurts.
This is true.
You see the rest of the guards kind of
What's your name,
stand
Sergeant?
away.
I crack my knuckles, just going, okay.
Don't kill him.
Ask him his name.
Sergeant Halford, veteran of the Third Separatist War and many other conflicts I wish to have not been taken a part of.
It has been an honor and a pleasure to meet you, Sergeant.
I wish it was under better circumstances. I've seen your deeds firsthand. It's always a good thing to see the three of you show up. Now, men, put your weapons down. Go back to the guardhouse. Let us rest. And you see two of them kind of scurry out, grab the unconscious asshole, kind of drag him into the guardhouse. The younger one follows very sheepishly behind the sergeant as you see all the guards at the front of the gate kind of disperse away. And then you see that the archers that are up on the wall have also gone away. And what's left is simply the gate in front of you.
All right.
Well, I guess we have two choices at this point. I can either fly over the wall and try to open it myself, or
I can walk over the wall too.
you're a vampire.
With
Right, call
the level
back
of
to
monk
the
I am,
campaign.
I can go to. I can just walk straight up a wall.
No,
Because of
call
my
back to the
level.
other campaign.
No, I know, but just for like your reference, I don't have to be just because I'm a monk.
Who played that character in the other campaign, by the way?
Cactus.
Cactus.
A moist cactus, to be specific.
Yeah.
There you go. I was trying to segue you into
I
that.
know.
Every time.
Every time. I love
Every
it.
time.
Okay, so either the two of us can go over the wall, or
I mean, the two of you
Cabal
can go
smash.
over the wall, and then I can always just go through the gate regardless.
but it'd be a much cooler entrance if we were there. Yes, this is my character being a whiny little bitch at this point.
I'm for the fact that I want to at least keep an eye on what's possibly going to happen. I'm going to go up the wall and chill with the archers up top since they know not to
No.
go at us.
Why does your logic have to come into play here? Because it would be much better if there was a ranged person up on top of this wall to look out after everything.
I mean, you can both go up to
means-
the top of the wall.
I don't get a cool entrance.
I got
I'll get
ranged
seated.
spells.
I don't get to see the door break down, the dust settle, and it's just the three of us walking in wherever we please. But that's a good plan. Let's go up the wall.
So,
Plus, I wanted to do like my walk up a wall finally because I
Yeah.
haven't yet.
there you go.
fair.
Really.
So,
Oh
Rage.
no, he said our characters are exhausted, so at this point I'm being lazy because I'm
that's
exhausted.
fair. So, Rage, with the quick flick of your death's wings, it brings you to the top of the wall without much of a thought. And when you land, the dust kind of spreading out from underneath you, you begin to hear whispers from some of the archers as they see you. They don't pull their weapons, they have already stepped to the side. But you begin to hear a name that you haven't heard in quite a while. You start hearing them go, "It's the demon. We've heard of him. It's the demon. It's the demon. Don't look at him. Don't pay attention." as you just kind of stand on top of the wall and scan, rifle on your back and bow in hand, followed quickly by Finrod, who simply mountain goats his way up the wall without little effort, landing at the top with a flare and a flip. As they see him just trot up the side of the wall, and they are just bewildered, and they go, That's him. That's the pugilist. The berserker. Don't go near him. We've heard of what he can do. He's broken stone with a single finger. He's killed a man with this thumb. And as the archers whisper, just amongst themselves, seeing the two of you up there, you look over the side and you see that on the inside there is an amount of guards kind of standing watch. You see that others that have come in from the guardhouse have gone inside and are trying to get them to stand down, saying, what we're doing is wrong. We have to let these people in. Why are you listening to strictly the governor? Listen to your heart, what's right. And it seems that their conversation isn't going well, as you hear calls of traitors, of sympathizers. Why should we help them? As a couple of the guards on the ground floor along the cobblestone street look up and just see the two of you, basically peering down at them. And two of them that look up and see you guys immediately drop their halberds and just start backing away, as there's a monk up there that scaled a 40-foot wall, and then there's the demon who's just sitting there, or sitting on the ledge, like wings spread like an angel of death, just sitting there chirping to himself. And as you two are sitting up there, Kavral, the belt's on, the beard is there. You simply warn the villagers to take a step back as you stretch your synthetic muscles and your servos, as you feel a little inspiration from Christian start to well up in you. And you discover that you have a new little ability. One that some Warforged possess, but you didn't realize you possessed. Is that instead of screaming or yelling, you have a war horn built into you. Something that activated as you kind of brought yourself forward. And you stand in front of the gate and you feel it. And you see that it is simply timbers. Your new strength building up within you. And you simply release this pressure from you, bellowing out as this shaking war horn, akin to Christians, that just echoes throughout the street, through the door and the guardhouse. Rage and Finrod, you see a few more soldiers drop their weapons at the sound of the horn. Others stand there shaking, as the guards who continue to try to convince them have now backed away from the street to the side. As Kavral, you simply wind an arm back and punch dead center in the door. You two feel this impact. As Kavral, you see splinters form outward from your punch. And you just do it again. The horn sounding every time you swing in. And on your third one, you hit the door and you splinter the barrier bar on the back of it that was holding it shut. As the doors swing open, you see that the wood is bent and broken in the center. And as they all swing open, you simply stride in. As the guards see not a giant, not a monster, not a demon, but a warforged dwarf step forward, wielding a shield with the sigils of the slanted keep, wearing the heraldry of a high commander. and a warhammer befit of a warlord. Some of them still stand shakily holding halberds pointed at you, as they don't know what to do about you, as the citizens of the Broken Earth walk behind you slowly, approaching the threshold of the gate you have busted open and now have walked past about 10 or 15 feet. As you have gone through the threshold, you see Finrod simply jump down and land next to you with a simple plat of his feet. No bending of the knees or such, just almost as if he fell from just a couple feet high, just jumping off of a box. Lands next to you, already in a stance that he could easily jump forward and deal with the problem. As you just hear the creaking of a bow above your head as a string is drawn and pulled tight. Kovral, what do you say to the rest of the guards who stand between you and salvation for these villagers?
As soldiers, did you not take an oath to protect? Does that not apply to all citizens of this country, not simply the citizens of the town that you live in? As a high commander from the Slanted Keep, who holds such ideals dearly, can you truly call yourself soldiers, enforcing such laws as this? I guess.
Yeah, that's a good one. And so you see all of them kind of look between you and themselves. And most of them begin to back away from the center of the street. Most of them seeing what they're up against, knowing who you are, hearing the words you said, and nodding that you are correct. They are better than this. The rest that don't still stand before you, but now it is a fraction of what was there. And it takes them a couple moments to realize they are now significantly outnumbered. Not because that there's more of you, but because that you're worth 30 of them each. And that there's no way that they could put up a fight that'd be really worth it. And you see eventually they all stand down, their weapons scattered across the cobblestones as the guards back up to the sides of the street. And as you see them finally surrendering, you see the refugees from Broken Earth start to walk behind you as you all begin moving towards the governor's palace, which lies in the center of Albion. As they make their way into the city, the refugees go towards areas that would be beneficial, such as taverns and inns and such, as the villagers of Albion, the townsfolk who live here, the citizens, seeing the refugees come in, now come out to the streets to offer what aid they can. They are not deaf or blind to what befell Broken Earth. Their protests had fallen upon the governor's ears without much of a reason behind it. He simply swiped it away. So you can tell that at least the townsfolk that live here wish to be better. And you see of all kinds and folks coming out, some in military dress, some in work clothing, as if they just left their own jobs, coming out with food provisions and clothing, taking a few into their own homes, giving them shelter, as you see that the indomitable spirit of just not being a dick seems to preside over everything else. The elders stay with you as you continue walking towards the governor's palace, as they look to the three of you and go, as much as I would like to say that this is a victory, I would like to have a reason from the governor as why we were denied entrance in the first place, where they would leave us to simply perish on the outside of these walls instead of trying to help the farms that bring them their food, their resources, and otherwise. I would like an answer.
I think we all could use an answer. It's about time we paid them a visit, I suppose.
I want to put some rocks in your pockets. Just in case you don't like the answer. So they can throw out the governor out of character.
Yeah, it's the elders nod, but say, we have asked the other leaders to stay with those that have come here in search of asylum, in search of shelter, to keep them calm, understanding of that. As you can tell, the citizens here do not look down upon us like the upper class does. Those are the people we do not wish to harm, and I do not want them to sour our welcome with violence that is unbefit. Now, I am not above violence in the insult of what could cause the death of the people I care for, as I know you are not above it as well. I'd rather the burden be shared by 5 of us instead of 400.
Aye.
Well, depending on his answer, the burden might be shared by 1.
That is also an outcome. Hopefully he listens to reason. I know you did not come to this region out of the kindness of your own heart, as you did not know we were under attack until you came to Albion. If any consolation, we will help you gain whatever you are looking for if we have the bargaining power. But let us go speak with the one who caused this problem, as this would have been solved quickly if there was a better response from them. But it seems that, if I'm not mistaken, looking at his gates, we may be in for a cold welcome. And as you look to the gates, the elder describes the 2 elders walking with you down the cobblestone street. You see his description is not lacking in truth. You see the gates of the palace are closed, and there seem to be soldiers of some sort behind it. These do not look like the regular guards that exist within the streets and the walls to protect what is theirs. These seem to be a different breed. And in the midst of them, near the front gate, seems to be a man in very fine clothing. A golden pauldron on his shoulder with a chain that comes across to a brooch that seems to mimic the sign of the city. A few other individuals in fine clothing stand near him, mixed in between these elite soldiers. And as you get within about 40 feet or so of the gate, you simply hear him yell, "That's close enough. I do not wish to bring this into physical contact if necessary. That space is fine. I imagine we can communicate from here without much distress. I see that you've made your own entrance into my city against the orders I've given the guards. I imagine I'll have to have my generals speak with them in kind, as this is a clear violation of their contracts. Now, I know the 3 of you. I don't know two of you that are with you. The older gentlemen seem out of place among 3 heroes of the realm. Now, what privies you to visit the grounds of my palace and break down the gate of my city?
Well, we originally came here with a request, but upon seeing how you were neglecting your duties as governor, we could not stand aside. And so we have come to speak with you.
What duties have I neglected in? I've protected my own walls, my people within them, made sure they were secure of any invaders into our dwells and the riffraff from the outside. The city was under attack. We locked down the gates as we always do.
That's interesting. The towns around your city, the towns that are part of your lordship, were certainly under attack, but I see no evidence of attack on the city itself. Simply locked gates and desperate refugees.
All a perspective provision of protecting the gates of what we have protected and grown ourselves. If we were simply to keep everything open and unprotected and just flapping upon in the wind, what would stop whatever was assaulting those towns to simply waltz in and raze everything that I've built? How would the Navy survive if it was supposed to be attacked by a ground force while it's moored? We have some of our finest ships here, under repair and maintenance, to be set out once more onto the Great Blue, and I would not simply risk their passing by having the gates open during some siege of a town outside of my domain. The risk is too great, especially if whatever force fell down upon them would come marching towards me. We would need time and defenses, which is what was there before they stood aside and you simply broke down the gate that held so closed.
Well, if the ships were so fine, surely they could have been let out of mooring to defend themselves from the sea. I see no issue with such a fleet defending itself in its own element. So such an excuse seems rather weak. Unless, of course, you were simply keeping them moored because you wanted an escape option for yourself.
What a preposterous claim, speaking as if you know who I am. I had them moored because we needed to make sure that they are ready in case we are fully attacked. If I simply let them go, there was a chance they could sink. The man-hours, the money, the resources gone into these fine vessels to do what is needed is too great a risk to let just bellow out in the wind. But I ask you again, besides questioning my character, what has brought you to the gates of my palace so presumptuously?
Well, firstly, to request that you stop neglecting your duties as a lord of this region and offer relief to your citizens, which do in fact extend beyond these walls. We have dealt with the threat. There is no longer a force attacking Stony Plain. I just got the name wrong. What was it?
Broken Earth.
Broken Earth. Stony Plain, Broken Earth. Kind of.
Close enough.
There's no longer a force attacking Broken Earth. Only the ruined remains.
I imagine This is the same way you dealt with the siege that fell upon Broken Earth before. Simply swooping in, dealing with the problem, reaping the rewards, and then going about your day. It may be within my governance, but my resources are not infinite. I do not have access to the same things you do. How would I have dealt with such a situation outside of your own influence? But if the threat is secured, then I imagine that it's well within time to extend an invitation of good faith to those of Broken Earth. But I would say that if they weren't already here, pilfering the resources from the citizenry that have worked so hard to gather them.
Citizenry who has been freely giving it, I might add.
Except it is not theirs to give. It is all within their contracts. Those goods are given to them for the work they do. They can't simply give it away. That's the change of ownership, especially to someone they don't know. Without the rules and regulations, there is simply chaos and resources that are being wasted upon those who would simply waste it again. It seems that I will have to discern the breakers of these contracts and make sure they understand that what is needed to be done versus what is allowed to be done.
Out of character, does the military have martial law in this?
It's not essentially martial law. It looks like outside this governor's palace, it looks like it's a regular city. Basic guards, basic buildings. It's not martial law. It's more along the line of...
He's like a control freak.
Yeah, like super late stage capitalism, indentured servitude, control freak, where... to put it out of character so that you kind of have context, is that everything in Albion has a price. And so a lot of these people that live here can't leave because they can't afford it, because of the fact that the contracts basically tell them not to. So it's along the line of, oh, you're given rations for your work, but you're not allowed to give it to someone else who didn't perform the same amount of work as you, because that promotes them to not work as much.
So it's communism.
No, communism is more in line of that everyone's given the same amount regardless of what you do. You're given more
It's
if
almost
you
like a
do more.
slave town.
No. Okay, let me restate that. So not communism on paper, but how communism actually works.
More of Soviet communism, yes.
Yeah.
Soviet communism, yes. The extremism side of it, yes. That is essentially what you're looking at. It's a mix between late-stage capitalism and Soviet communism, where you're essentially kept in a loop of indentured servitude, and what you're given is not meant to be given to others because that would promote laziness or inefficiency. And also, to play into what Stell said, he is a bit of a control freak, which is why he's kind of pissed that people are just doing things without his say-so. So that's kind of the situation you see. So you can see the military that's within the palace grounds is significantly more equipped. They look a lot more shock trooperish, and that you can imagine it's not outside the realm of possibilities that he would implement martial law if he had to, or if he hasn't already done it before. This isn't a good person.
If he hasn't already done it before.
My position as High Commander would allow me to, in a wartime situation, usurp his power?
So you as the High Commander from the Slanted Keep, you are essentially acting as a liaison between the Paladin Corps and any other military forces you go out. So in a military unit, if you need to take command, you could take command, because of the fact that you would essentially be the highest ranking individual. You could take field command, give field promotion, stuff along that line. In this sense, you couldn't kick him out of power, so to speak. You could persuade him to relinquish his power underneath the articles that you would have as a high commander. Or what you could put up is that because you're High Commander, you can simply send a message back to the Slanted Keep and have the entire Paladin Corps on his doorstep within a couple days. And that would bring a lot more issues. Because what's worse than 3 amped up heroes who are ready to really deal out some damage for the betterment of the people that they're trying to save is 200 or so paladins who want the same but are significantly heavier armored and armed because they make mastercrafted magical shit, and also take no shit from anybody because they're all lawful good. So that is something you can do. You can't usurp him specifically. You can take command of military units as necessary, but you do have a large amount of influence with the paladins. You can I can just tell the Grand Master that you're being a shithead and we need to come fix some problems because you're causing detriment among people who are innocent, and they're not going to like hearing that.
I just thought, don't make me start a crusade on you.
Basically, like
we don't talk about the Crusades.
We don't
Sorry, I
talk
was acting like a
about
Christian.
crusades because we do the crusades.
yeah. So that's essentially what your state of position gives you. It gives you military command when necessary, especially over paladin groups or other military groups, if there's not someone already in a position of power higher than yours, unless they give it to you. In a government sense, you can't take over. You can help implement martial law and again take command over the military forces and help establish something as necessary, but you have the ear of the Paladin Corps, the entire detachment of paladins that are out of the Slanted Keep, and could be like, hey, this place is full of corruption. We need to come fix it because they're killing people or getting people hurt or, whatever lawful good people don't like to hear.
Such as the fact that there is an entire population that is basically enslaved to the city through contractual obligations.
Yeah, that would kind of be frowned upon by the Grand Master, just a little. Just a slight smidgen, because that kind of doesn't line up with their moral compass, so to speak.
Not really.
But yeah, so that's basically what you can swing around.
All right. Well,
Just tell them we'll be in an act of war. My
God.
trigger finger's getting itchy.
well, I would not be so fast to start persecuting your own people over this. Providing free aid to refugees of their own nation in a time of need, and then being punished for it. As a paladin, I do not think that I nor my order would be able to turn a blind eye to this.
And what order would that be? Because I haven't seen many paladins around these parts. I know that you seem to stick to a relatively tight moral compass, but from where I'm standing, I have the upper hand in these negotiations, unless you can prove otherwise.
Oh, is that so? No. I do believe, out of character, sorry.
Mhm.
I still doing the accent accidentally. I do believe we still have that bracelet, yes?
Which one?
The gate bracelet?
Yes, you do have the gate bracelet.
And it is currently linked
Set
to
to
the
the
Slanted
Slanted
Keep,
Keep.
is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Finrod,
Oh, I forgot about the bracelet.
do me a favor. Activate the bracelet.
Unforeseen consequences.
You simply shake your arm as you say it, touching the runes on it as the bracelet slides off and turns into a doorway next to you.
I'm going to take my signet, hand it to Rage, and go, Rage, if you could kindly fetch the Grand Master.
Say no more.
And I'm just going to stand there with my arms crossed, staring down the fucking Lord.
Within a few moments, Rage, you walk up to the door, you swing them open, and leave them open on purpose. As when the door opens, you are in the middle of the courtyard where you guys had your weapons forged. The giant and elf who worked on your gear beforehand are there, as well as many other paladins who were on the training field and such. The governor sees through the doorway and sees you walk through the courtyard and sees a bunch of heavily armed and armored individuals wearing the same colors as Kavral, just kind of chilling, and then turning and seeing the door open in the middle of the courtyard. As you're just, I imagine, walking and whistling through the courtyard towards the Grand Master's chambers.
Oh, no. I'm totally singing fucking Total Slaughter from Trigun right now. Just, yeah.
Oh, my.
Fair enough. And so, in a few moments, you reach the Grand Master's chambers. You explain the situation to him. You hand him the signet off of Kavral's chest piece. He understands the message. And Kavral, you can hear through the doorway as Rage comes back, handing you the signet back. You hear through the door, "What in the Sam fuck is going on?" As you just hear the very short, heavy footsteps of the Grand Master coming through, essentially becoming almost a clone of Arlie Emery, as he is followed by some very large and highly decorated captains of the other paladin companies. 4 of them, to be specific, of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th companies. The 1st company being known as the Holy Strikers, which are the shock troops of the Order. And so as he steps through, he is in full battle dress. Not in his normal robes that he is wearing, where he is very calm, collected, and of course, let us help you understand your alignment. He is in full pissed off mode. The man being a dwarf himself, you've never seen a dwarf hit this color of red in his face. It is rare to see this, even when drunk. And as he comes through,
Imagining Hades from Hercules right now.
oh,
like
100%. Like just,
yeah,
like just very, very upset as he comes through the door, followed by the 4 captains, all of which are carrying their own battle dress and weapons and gear in their own heraldry and helmets and such. Comes through being about half their height as being the older dwarf, and not the captains aren't dwarves themselves. Steps through and just goes, "What in the Sam fuck is going on over here? I just got told by my high commander that you are denying normal care for refugees in a war zone, denying them entrance to the town for inspection, denying entrance of refugees into your city, indentured servitude, corruption, martial law, foreboding instances, embezzling finances, and being an overall dick. What the fuck is wrong with you?" As he's just very flustered, standing there in front of the gate. The governor is now a shade of white, like that of a bedsheet. Not understanding that the bluff he called would be called immediately.
Can I go and walk up to him while he's that white and just like wave my hand in front of him going, "You okay there, sir? Can you talk?"
You walk closer to the gate as you're just kind of looking at him, going, just kind of giving him the side look as the rest of the soldiers standing next to him are kind of still standing stalwart, but are also kind of wide-eyed as behind the captains and the Grand Master and a stalwart bowing Kovral, who is now returned to his upright form. Through the door, the rest of the paladins have heard this. And you now are seeing a mass of paladins getting themselves together in battle dress, in formation, in rows on the other side of the gate.
What I'm doing, and I have to describe this, so apologies.
Go for it.
But I am on top of the portal, like leaning over and looking inside the door.
Yeah.
And just looking at all these people, like, going crazy about it. And, with a snarl laugh, like, you're in trouble.
The Grandmaster, in his frustrations, has just been like, is huffing there and looking at him and like looking at everything as he sees Kovro, walks over and goes, Kovro!
Yes, Grandmaster.
Deal with this! First Captain Erebus! Listen to him! Get your company on the deck! Fuck! As he just walks back towards the portal as all 4 captains have just been standing there with arms crossed, like great weapons on their backs, just waiting. First Captain Erebus sees you, Kovral, nods, and just puts his helmet on that has the plumage that goes down the back that's of white and blue with red edges, and just goes, First Company, forward! And you see the biggest and broadest paladins with the biggest armor come marching through in synchronized form. As I imagine, Rage, at this point, you're laughing harder.
Oh, absolutely.
As you now have 80 First Company paladins with the First Company captain standing in front of the gate in rectangular formation as the Grandmaster looks to the captain, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th captain, and just goes, Back through the gate! If Kovral needs you, he'll answer! Shit! And he just goes in. The other captains follow as you see that they just go and stand in front of their companies, helmet underneath their arms, weapons over their shoulder, just staring down the governor. As Kovral, you well understand, being in the slanted keep makes it hard for them to exit and do their jobs as much as it used to be, especially after everything that's gone on with the Mad King and the wars and the conflicts and being spread relatively thin. Their only real transport has been either by boat and then by land, but because of the gate, you've essentially given them an instantaneous response to certain areas, and you can see that a lot of them are itching for a brawl. Especially if it means...
Our response time is about 3 seconds.
My response time is now.
I want to say, because I want to let them do their thing, I'm going to just jump up and sit on the gate that I'm like right in front of.
You're gonna sit on the gate next to Rage, just laughing at him, or sit on the gate to the palace.
To the palace, because that's where I walked up to.
Yeah.
Rage is sitting on the portal, and you're sitting on the palace, just like, idiots.
Looks like I'm getting my bath sooner than later.
The governor, who's still just pale as shit, the gates to the slanted keep still open. The paladins just waiting for someone to make a move. First Company on the deck in full battle gear, weapons and shields drawn. These guys, if you wanted to think of it this way, First Company is essentially, if you wanted to put it in like Space Marine terms, they are storm guards. So they have big fucking shields and big fucking hammers, and their whole job is to break shit. That's all of First Company's job, is to rush, break the line, give an opening to everybody else. That's it.
I'm gonna stick my head back in the portal and look at the giant, the elf, and ask him if they want to come watch.
The giant goes, "What are you watching from back here? This is fucking great."
Alright. Well, Coverall's going to give the first captain a polite nod and then turn back to the governor and go, "Oh, what was that about advantages?"
The governor is still not completely there, as even the soldier turns to him and goes, "Sir, orders? What do we do?" And you see one of the soldiers who seems to have more heritage on his person. You can recognize that he is someone of higher rank. Not one of the generals who's in fine clothing with the fancy fake medals and the brooches and the chains and such. It seems to be someone of a captain, someone who's been on the front lines, who's done their job, who knows what it is to be a soldier, steps forward to the gate that Finrod's sitting on, unlatches it, and just pushes it open, and goes, "Your orders are to stand down. The governor has chosen his fate. You know your jobs. We protect the city, not the man." As you see all the soldiers begin to kind of pull back away, leaving the governor and his generals and the other aristocrats of a sordid nature just kind of in the center of them, like in a big circle, as they all just kind of sit back, weapons at their hips, just standing away to the side. The governor finally kind of snaps to and goes, "Wait, where are you going? You're supposed to protect me. I am this city. I will have all of your families something. I will figure out something for all of you treasonous traitors," as you see a sword drawn and pointed to his throat from the captain, who simply goes in a very flat tone, "As I said, we protect the city, not the man. You have made your choice. We have made ours. You will not threaten our families anymore." At this point, the governor looks like he's going to self-destruct.
This is different. Usually we hang these people on the wall with an arrow.
I'm going to give the what was the enemy captain a curt nod and go, "All right, well, first company, let's round these traitors up for justice. They need to stand trial for what they've done."
The first captain looks to you, nods, and just yells back to the rest of the company, "First company, break down these walls. It's time to dispense the law." As they step forward, most of them not even using the gate, literally just shouldering through the brick and mortar walls that surround the palace. Just the walls crumbling to dust
I'm just
and
gonna
forlorn.
a
They're just
backflip off
gonna
of the
Kool-Aid
gate
it?
because of that.
They're just going to Kool-Aid it.
Yep, they're just going to Kool-Aid it. Just slowly walking forward, not even running, just slowly marching forward and just hammer, shield the wall, break it open, just keep on walking through it as they surround the governor and the other high-ranking aristocrats. As the first captain simply looks to them and goes, "You have an appointment with the Grand Master. He is patiently waiting your arrival, Governor." And as he looks to the captain of the military that has stepped to the side and goes, "Captain, we will leave this to you. Speak with the High Commander." And they simply take the governors and go. And as they walk back, you see that a single pillar of bricks still stand that is attached to the gate that Finrod has been sitting on, kicking his legs back and forth, as just watching the paladins just come through, breaking shit and rounding them up and taking them away. where eventually, after everything has gone, you then jump down, kind of patting the captain on the shoulder and going, "See, told you." And you just,
So this is the captain that was guarding the governor at first.
yes, the one that basically told everyone to back away.
I need to talk to him still.
And after the pat on the shoulder for the told ya, I'm gonna just put both arms behind my head and just walk away whistling.
The dust settles as the soldiers, the elite soldiers that are underneath the command of the governor, the captain now taking over, simply turns to him and go, "What are you still standing here for? We got people to take care of and rations and food to give out. Make it happen." And you see them all kind of do a quick go to attention and salute, and then just disperse, kind of dropping their weapons and gear and just kind of making way to different areas of food stores and such, calling out to guards who are still kind of standing, afraid to move, especially after your display of coming through the gate and then seeing a whole company of paladins just kind of show up and then round up the governor and walk away through a gate with it closing behind them, the bracelet returning to Finrod's wrist, have gone, "That's a good idea," and have joined the rest of the soldiers doing that whole thing of getting resources and supplies out to people and setting up refugee camps and such. The captain walks over to the three of you and goes, "I don't know how that could have gone if you didn't have those paladins brought here so quickly through whatever magical means you heroes have access to. I imagined he was going to give the order for us to fight for his cause, not our own. And that's how it's been. But I guess with him gone, or at least standing trial, if that's what your Grandmaster pertains, then at least it gives us an option to be better."
Aye. And I'm glad we were able to resolve it without conflict. It would have been a shame to have harmed any of your fine soldiers.
We did not wish for conflict. We believed in something better, but as the years went by, I guess we just became numb to the changes. An unfortunate side effect of being stuck within a room, so to speak. But at least it's over.
Indeed.
Well, couple more loose ends to tie up.
What loose ends
One
would that be?
probably goes. Yeah, one it probably goes without saying, but the soldiers outside the gate, no repercussions are to come of them. They didn't let us in. We kind of forced our way in. And second, Sergeant Halford needs a promotion.
I will see to both.
Thank you, sir.
I imagine that they let you in because they saw the light and they were braver than us to stand up to it. I imagine without their example, most of these fine men would have fell to your hands, as they would have tried to fight for something that would have let them die for its own reason. I will see to it.
It would have been way more unfortunate. Yeah. I appreciate that, sir.
Now, I heard you needed boats.
That we do.
Well, I can spare what I can. I imagine you've already been told through whatever communications you've had outside of here of what we can spare. I imagine with most of these folks here who need a home, who will be living in Albion while we try to rebuild Broken Earth, we'll more than happily crew the ships that will help you in whatever fight you have coming up. And As much to what the governor believes, the ships have been ready for months. They've been moored here simply because of his own unbeknownst reason. So in that essence, they should be ready to go.
You don't have to be that formal. You can say it. He's a little bitch.
He's many things, including that, but he was decent once. I don't know what changed or what caused it, but regardless, he will find the error in his ways, whether he likes it or not now. But for the means of the ships, you will have your ships, you will have the crews for them. And when you require them, or if you wish to send them off sooner, we will send them to whoever needs to. You have my thanks for the lack of bloodshed, as well as for saving the people you did. I imagine that they were happy to see some familiar faces come to their rescue again.
I only wish we could have saved more of them.
Losses are inevitable, and if we weren't locked here, we would have been able to march and take care of the situation, hopefully mitigate most of it, but know that they didn't die in vain, because now you have given an entire city a second chance. I know that if they could see it, it may not mean much to them, but it means that now maybe Albion will be worth something besides just a name on a map.
Aye. Something to work towards.
Something to work towards indeed. You here set a mighty fine example, wherever you go, always setting the bar higher than it was before. Respect be given to that. It's not easy to hold oneself higher than the sludge you tread through to get from one point to another. But if there's anything to be said, there is much work to be done. I need to begin finding people to help us go through these records, releasing people from these predatory contracts and then making sure the refugees are taken care of up to the utmost of what we can. And then, of course, there's the rebuilding, but that will take time, and as long as we don't come under assault anytime soon, even so, with the forces we have, we should be fine.
On that note, I know it, in the grand scheme of the town's recovery, it won't be much, but I'd like you to have this to help with the refugees, help providing them with resources, and I'm going to give them my pouch of 34 gold pieces.
It's generous, if anything. It's definitely more than what most of us make in a year. It would at least put forth for basic components and such to get what we need from neighboring towns. Maybe now that the governor is no longer in a seat, they'll speak to us again. Well, much to rebuild and reputations to erase. It's hard to erase the sins of one's past, but as they say, sins of the father and all that. But I'll leave you to it, heroes. You can stay here if you wish, or if you have places to go, you can meander as you see fit. Albion is open to you, as it should be. I'll be seeing what volunteers I can get to form a new cabinet and try to get some kind of organization going for all these people coming in, giving them the ability to have passage between here and Broken Earth. I'll leave you to it. It was an honor meeting, and thankfully you giving us a second chance to try again. It's more than what most of us would be willing to give ourselves. You truly are bigger than what they say. Farewell. As the captain kind of turns on his heel quickly and walks back towards the palace, grabbing more soldiers and kind of pointing in different directions, giving orders and such to forego resources and such to who needs them. The elders who were standing behind you go, well, that was quite a display. It seems that everything's in order. It seems that we'll get housing and resources and such, and it seems that you've earned a rest. I believe the tavern's open. First round's on
I would
us.
not quite say everything is quite settled. There is still the matter of managing the city.
We
And
will
as it has
volunteer our
been
services
proven-
to it.
Ah,
High Commander Coverall, you must understand, is that
glad you said that. I was going to suggest that myself.
you have done more than enough. But one thing that I've always told the children who ask stories of the heroes of old and the heroes of current, of you being the centers of these stories, they always ask, why do we have heroes? My answer is always simple. Heroes are needed. Much like the stories we tell, the world knows there are dragons, but the stories we tell show that they can be killed, they can be defeated, that whatever challenge comes in front of you is that you can always stand taller, and that heroes are needed because heroes give you hope, a reason, something to push for, something to believe in. And now, we need you to believe in us. You have done your job. It is now our turn to repay the favor. You cannot always be here to hold our hand, High Commander. Same with that of Finrod or the demon. We can't expect you to come in and swing at the last moment to save us at every turn. We must eventually stand upon our own two legs and say, we've had enough. We will grow. We will fight. We will live. And that's what you've proven, time and time again. But like I said, we will deal with the organization at a later hour. For now, those that have escaped the hardship of the town befalling itself need time to rest. We need time to recover and gather what we have. You need time to rest, as you have more than earned it thrice over. So please, the tavern is open. First round is on us. Sit. Breathe. There will be another sunrise in the morning.
Aye, well, thank you kindly. I'll gladly go have a drink, and good luck with managing everything.
We will not need luck. It will just be understanding that it's time for us to do better. And with that, the elders lead the three of you over to the tavern where you have drinks, food, shower, bathe, rest. And you will partake in a long rest as the session comes to a close. Albion given a second chance with no bloodshed. Those able to be saved from the wretches of war, of the razing of the town of Broken Earth, brought to a place where they can recover and hopefully rebuild. Your reputations continue to grow, and as do your levels. You are all now level 12, as your long rest comes to a conclusion.
Nice.
The one time I was gonna ask, do we level up? You already said it before I ask it.
Yeah, fuck you. Ha!
Fight
Fight me, nerd.
I mean, I won't, because I'm level 12 now.
I'm level 20. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Yes. But yes, so that is essentially where we end the session for today. And so now comes the question, as we usually do, is what were your favorite moments?
Probably when I remembered about the bracelet.
That is a good one.
I'm also just fucking rage destroyed the fucking leader in that fight. It was pretty great.
I forgot where the bracelet went. Like, I remember we had it. I just didn't remember where it went.
And it was a good session overall, though. But yeah,
Very good.
those are the points that stand out to me currently.
All right, Mr. Rage.
Oh, just absolutely though. What did you say about advantage? It was fucking great. All the paladins coming through. Like, you said something about advantage. I'm sorry, I don't see your advantage here.
You said something about being cool? Huh.
Right?
Weird.
Oh, and I set this up very, very quickly, but didn't get a chance to use it. But did someone?
Oh,
Huh?
Hmm?
Oh.
oh, nice.
Nice.
It's literally called Radio Demon. It's hilarious.
Amazing.
But yeah, the whole show at the end was definitely the best part of it.
Yeah,
And I guess rolling actual die, kind of fun.
It is.
yeah,
It is a fun
it's
thing.
nice.
It is addicting. Be careful.
He got the addiction.
Yeah, you got that addiction now. You're gonna have to get more clackety clack math rocks.
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh
And the
no,
dice
Mrs. R
tray.
got me these, so that I'll have to get. Mrs. Rage got me
I'll
these.
send you a link to a good one.
There you go. Mr. Nez, you have anything to add for your favorite moments?
Nez.
Well, it's fucking names on the board.
No, I know. I'm just messing with you.
Nez.
Is it that?
Listen here, dickless. Nah, I'll give you another
Dickless.
name.
Wow.
Dickless. Huh.
Dickless.
You know, that might be my changeling, but not my monk.
God damn it! You son of a
But
bitch!
It's 8 inches
no, I had.
around. Think about it.
Damn it. I fucking hate
Sorry.
you.
Yeah,
I hate you for that.
I know. I know.
Um,
You just say that was a long rest, though, right?
Yes, I did say it was a long
yes,
rest.
and that's how you also
Yeah.
level up.
Yeah, I was doing the level of not the long rest.
One thing I did really like is that you like grabbed in what I was typing.
Uh-huh.
I didn't get
Yeah.
to fully say how I was sitting, so like I want to just explain it now.
Yeah. Go
Like
for it.
when I was up at the top of the ledge, like one foot was hanging down, the other foot was up, or like so like it was up my knee, and I could rest my elbow on
you
the
like
knee,
Spider-Man
and like
sitting on it?
the gauntlet like was on my face, just looking down.
You were Spider-Man posing on the damn ledge.
I mean,
Just-
he did walk up the wall.
He did walk up the wall. That's right. He did do that. Just being like, choose to be a problem today, please. I just eviscerated a large behemoth. Don't think I won't do the same.
Please let me.
Please.
I was so not looking forward to that. I'm like, how are we going to take on like a bunch of fucking military people after we just got like almost stomped in the ground?
Oh, dude, and I didn't know that's where it was. Like I was joking in my head. I was just thinking I throw a stratagem for the airship to go to
Stratagem.
the slanted keep and pick them up.
I throw a stratagem. Quick D-pad inputs. Roll a D20
was
for
ready to-
inputs.
I was ready to conjure barrage with like a fire arrow and shit. Like, I'm like, what the fuck are we going to do?
Mm-hmm. It was one of those situations I like to put, especially with you guys being a smaller group, of being like, you can see that there's two paths. Which one are you going to pick? How are you going to get your way out of this one? And then I was like, Kavral was like, we still have the bracelet. And I was like, there it is. There's the thought process I was waiting for. There's the light bulb.
I did
No,
wanna-
his was way quicker than what I was
want
thinking.
to fire a fire arrow into his eye, though. That was definitely something I may have been.
I figured.
daydreaming about
I
over
figured
here.
that was something you were like,
I was just waiting for the shoe to drop, man. I let Coverall do his thing.
But I love the ending with how the paladins came through, and I love how you explained my emphasis roll.
Mm-hmm. Just crackling lightning just blew his upper torso.
The, lightning and the thunder, like
Yep.
all in one.
Yeah, it was a good session. You guys did a good job with combat. You guys did a good job with the role play. It was all very good. And then I was like, oh, I want to give you guys some like extra loot and stuff because I have like the random table for the spell stuff, and then of course I have like the other one, the generators for loot and stuff. And then it was like one of them was like, oh yeah, like a potion of giant storm giant and like a belt of stone giant. I was like, how am I gonna work those in? Like they've already looted the 2 people. Like what's that? And I was like, the mycologist.
Yes.
Look, we made
Is that who he
mushrooms.
was?
Yeah, it was the guy who you collected the mushrooms for.
It just sounded awfully like some accountant that we know.
You mean Clem the finance wizard? Yes, his voice is very similar. It's not as insinuated. It's more just kind of scientific.
It was still pretty close though. Close enough
yeah.
for me to say something about deja vu in the chat.
Oh man, this is weird. Who's this fucking guy? It's me, Harold, the mycologist. I'm using this voice for much like I'm Clem, the wizard with the shotgun.
That's
I
kind
may-
of terrifying.
I may be out of spells, but I'm not out of shells.
With a shotgun is very terrifying.
Yeah, it's a character we'll be playing in a buddy's campaign that's coming up soon. We'll be playing Clem with a shotgun.
Is it birdshot or slugs?
Oh, it's gonna be birdshot because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing with it. It's more for intimidation of like I've run out of spells. Shit, no, get away from me.
Accidentally puts a 4-ounce slug in a fucking barrel.
Ah! Oh no, you've been turned into paste. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Why is my shoulder suddenly dislocated?
Oh no, it's a sawed-off double barrel. Like it's not anything fancy. It's
Jesus
literally
Christ.
just like
His
Poke-
wrist, excuse
Ah!
me, his wrist is dislocated.
I
4-ounce
need an
slug of that wrist is
apothecary.
broken.
I need an apothecary in my wrist. My wrist. Help.
I am now imagining Clem fucking slam firing a fucking shotgun though.
Just-
And that's even more terrifying.
It's time to purge the books and liquidate your assets.
I think I'd rather watch Killer Clowns from Outer Space at this point. It's fucking terrifying.
Just new thriller coming this summer. When the finances come for you. It's just title is IRS. Just I'm coming for you, tax evaders. You broke my books. I'll break your knees.
Sequel is audit time.
It's audit time.
Oh my goodness.
Knock, knock. No, I don't have a
Rabbit
warrant.
hole we go.
I don't have a warrant. I have a reason. Yeah, but it's my favorite moments were definitely like you guys doing stuff, like role playing into it, having those light bulbs, being theatrical when you needed to, talking to people, and like especially talking them down and saying, oh, that's terrifying stealth. We'll talk about that. That's terrifying.
Oh, you told him. You said that.
That's
Oh,
terrifying.
no.
We'll talk about that later. Remind me, because we'll talk about that. That'd be.
Rich,
Oh,
I'm gonna
God.
send it to you too.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's a big
I'm
one.
like, what the fuck?
So that's all I have. It was great to kind of see you guys ask me stuff like out of character, be like, all right,
Gosh.
what can I do with what I have, with my stature, with my rank, with who I am, with my person, my persona? Because you guys are rough and tumble now. You guys are like what books are written about, like what stories are passed down to children about. So you have some leverage, and you being like, okay, I want to use this leverage. It's like, that's roleplay 101, baby. I'm fucking here for it. That's all I got. Thank you so much for my players for being here. If you guys that are watching this either in the future or in the past or current, if you haven't already followed these guys, do so. They stream, they do stuff, much like I do. Rage has been streaming a lot recently. Stealth has been kind of on and off. Me and Rexes are kind of here and there when we can. Catch us next Friday for another D&D session. It will be Beyond Etheria Ashes. It will be the following sequence to the very interesting debacle that happened. Will be the pinnacle fight between the Blight Piper and the party, which is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Constantine's Joker.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, thank you all for being here. I hope you all have a pleasant night, a pleasant day, or whatever you are looking for. We are going to raid out to somebody. Oh my god, they changed the raid channel. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh no, I'm spooped. I'm very spooped. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, Kay's not on anymore, so.
What do we got live?
Well, I am going to be raiding out to it's giving me a bunch of D&D channels. I gotta figure out who the hell I'm gonna be going into, I guess.
But yeah, filters at the top. You can hit following. It'll tell you following.
Yeah. Eh. Oh man, that rage guy, what a dingus.
Oh, that guy is such a douchebag.
Such a weirdo.
Did you hear him try to do that radio demon voice earlier?
Yeah,
It was
God,
fucking
it was
so cringe.
cringe.
Oh,
Cringe.
the worst thing ever.
Just worst. I think I'm just gonna pick a D&D channel to jump into. I think I'm just gonna be random. I think I'm gonna be weird today. We're gonna get weird.
Feeling fresh? Feeling weird? Gonna jump into a random channel?
Yeah, we're just gonna get weird with it. We're just gonna go do stuff, you know?
Get it.
Let's see. Can I preview this part? Oh, and it brings me to their screen too? This is so weird.
And pot of wasps.
The lotion in the basket or it gets the hosey.
Oh god, things are weird. Things are happening. Yeah, we're gonna go here. This is like
centipedes at you.
a younger D&D party. Sure, we're gonna do that. Hell yeah! Let's go. I'm raiding into someone called Arcane Daydreams, who has like less than 20 followers, and they're doing a new D&D game. Fun.
I mean, I have 2 viewers. I'm pretty sure they're both in this Discord with.
It's fine. It's whatever.
Me at all?
But I'm gonna
No,
do
you
that.
have to
So
roll
here we go.
Oh.
Thank you all for being here, and we'll see y'all next time. Bye bye, everybody.
Yeah, they become a swarm of centipede.
See you in the next chat.